Hello everyone, I welcome you all to this course. So in this video we'll be learning the HTML tutorial. So basically HTML is the standard markup language for web pages. With HTML you can create your own website and the good thing of HTML is that HTML is easy to learn. You will enjoy it. Now, easy learning with HTML. So this is a type of code in HTML. Don't worry if you don't understand it. We'll be understanding each and everything from basic to advanced. This course will cover everything like from the basic like HTML tag, doc type HTML, head, title, from these tags to advanced tags. So this is just an example. This is how a HTML code is written. Now we'll also be seeing some HTML examples. We'll also be, doing some these kind of exercises, some quizzes, and we'll be covering everything. So don't worry. So even if you don't know anything about HTML right now, don't worry. At the end of this course, you will be a pro in HTML. So let us begin with our HTML introduction. So HTML is the standard markup language for creating web pages. So all the websites you see, HTML is used. So see, basically there are three things: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So HTML is basically your foundation of the website, how the website is structured, basically the infrastructure of the website, that is done by HTML. Now coming to CSS and JavaScript. So CSS basically is used to make your site look beautiful. What colors are supposed to be added, what kind of font should be there, what should be the background color, and different things. So CSS helps your website to look beautiful. Now coming to JavaScript. JavaScript is basically for all the logic behind your site. Like if you press a button on some site and some action happens or something else appears up, so all the action that is to be taken place and all the logic that is involved in your website, that is done through JavaScript. Now coming back to HTML, you will have a separate course for CSS and JavaScript. That will be in a complete web development course. In this course we will be learning HTML. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext Markup Language, this is the full form of HTML. So HTML is the standard markup language for creating web pages. HTML describes the structure of a web page. HTML consists of a series of elements. HTML elements tell the browser how to display the content. HTML elements label pieces of content such as this is a heading, this is a paragraph, this is a link, etc. etc. So this is a simple HTML document. This is the basic. So there is doc type, HTML head, title. We'll be covering each and every tag of HTML. So let us first start with what you see, doc type HTML. This line, first line. So let us see the doc type HTML tag declaration defines that this document is an HTML5 document. So there are different versions of HTML, but as of now we use HTML5. It is most prominently used in the world. So this you add in the starting of your code. So what happens, it recognizes that this is a HTML5 document. Now comes our HTML element. The HTML element is the root element of an HTML page. Now coming to head. The head element contains meta information about the HTML page. We'll be discussing what is meta information and different things. For now, let's leave it. The title element specifies a title for the HTML page which is shown in the browser title bar or in page tab. Anything that comes up in the browser section, different tabs when you open. So the title for the tab, that is for title. The body element defines the document's body and is a container for all the visible contents such as headings, paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, etc. etc. Now, the H1 element defines a large heading and the P element defines a paragraph. So let us now understand. So the first line we wrote, doc type HTML, this is for recognizing HTML5 document. Now we begin our HTML tag with this. We put our tag in such kind of bracket and see, we start HTML with this is the beginning tag. And how do we have to close the HTML tag? We just have to put a slash and then we have to write HTML. So you need to be whenever you start something, so you need to end it also. Obviously there are some tags that are open and you don't need to end them. We'll be discussing about them too. So this is a HTML tag and this is HTML. So in HTML there are two portions. One is head. So head consists of this page. Now in the head tag, you get a tag that is known as title. Between title, see, you wrote title and then you wrote page title. So page title is basically what will be displayed on the title section, the tab of your browser, and then you will close the title. Once you have written the title, you will close the title. Now if your head is complete, you have to close the head. So for closing the head tag, you will use slash head and you will close it. Now our head element of our website is complete. Now let's come to the body. So when you open a body tag, you also need to end the body tag. So we'll be now discussing about headings and paragraph. So if you type h1 my first heading, so there are different kinds of heading. We have a special lecture on headings. We'll be discussing all types of headings there. So h1 means large heading and p means paragraph. So let us see. If we write such a code, we'll get this kind of output on our website. So this is all the code written and this is all the output. So left side is input and right side is output. Now let us understand what is an HTML element. So an HTML element is defined by a start tag, some content and an end tag. So h1 heading 1, it is a tag name. So first you write the tag name, then you write the content in between the tag, and then you close the tag. So what happens is that the HTML element is everything from the start tag to the end tag. Now there are two tags, these are just two examples, h1 and paragraph. So as you have seen how a paragraph is written and how a heading is written. Now there are some start tag and element content and end tag. So in h1 you wrote my first heading. So the start tag was h1, element content was my first heading, and end tag was h1 with a slash. Now same with paragraph. So paragraph, heading 1, and mostly, so usually all the elements contain start tag and end tag, but whereas this is one tag, br, that is break, so it has no end tag. Once you put br somewhere, it only has a start tag and it does not have a end tag. So you will be seeing how we can use br over somewhere break, right? Now coming to web browsers. The purpose of a web browser, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Safari, you could have a browser where you search everything, or where you access all the internet, all the websites. So it is needed to read HTML documents and display them correctly. A browser does not display the HTML tags but uses them to determine how to display the document. So in the browser, you will be seeing only the output, but all the input you will have to write in a text file. Now, this is index.html, right? So this is heading as we use the h1 tag, and this is paragraph. So heading is written in bold and in larger size, and paragraph is written in smaller size and it is not bold. Now coming to HTML page structure. So let us visualize how a page structure looks like. So first we need to start with the HTML, then comes our head. Inside head, we have to write title, and then we have to write the page title, and then we have to close it. Now if our head part is complete, let's close the head tag. Also coming to body. So what you need to do, here is the body, and here is h1 tag and paragraph tag, and this is another paragraph, body, etc, etc, right? So let us just copy this code and I'll you know uh, make run through VS Code. So what you need to do, so first you need, so either you can open it in a text file or you could use VS Code. Here I'll paste my code, and now what I have to do, this is my code, this is my heading, and this is paragraph, this is another paragraph. I have to save this, and then what I have to do, I have to double click on my Mac, and then here I have to go open with live server. So this a website is open, this is a heading, this is a paragraph, this is another paragraph. So this is how a website is made. Now coming to HTML history. So HTML history, HTML had different versions, like in 1989, these kinds of the versions were there. In 2008, first HTML5 public draft was rolled out, and then we have the latest version in 2017, that is HTML 5.2. This tutorial will follow HTML5 standard, right? So this was the basic introduction of HTML. We have learned how a HTML page structure works, what are the web browsers, and what are HTML elements. So that's it for this video. In the next video, we'll be discussing HTML editors. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. So in this video, we'll be learning HTML editors. So a simple text editor is all you need to learn HTML. So what you need to do, you can learn HTML using Notepad or TextEdit. Web pages can be created and modified by using professional HTML editors. However, for learning HTML, we recommend a simple text editor like Notepad in PC or TextEdit if you use Mac. We believe that using a simple text editor is a good way to learn HTML, and you could follow these steps to create your first web page with Notepad or TextEdit. So if you are using PC, some Windows 8 or Windows 7, so you need to the Windows symbol, you need to click on that and type Notepad. In Windows 7 or earlier, you need to go to Start, Programs, Accessories, and then you can open Notepad. Now for Mac, what you need to do, you need to open TextEdit. It is a similar Notepad file, and its name in Mac is TextEdit. So you can open Finder, Applications, and then you could go to TextEdits. Also in Applications, to save files correctly, you could use in Preferences format, choose plain text. Then under Open and Save, check the box that says display HTML files as HTML code instead of formatted text. So now we have to write some HTML. So you saw the code, how you could write. So Notepad and TextEdit is basically for beginners. If you are a pro and if you do a lot of coding, you will need a Studio Code like VS Code or any other good compiler which you could store all your files and work on it efficiently. So I would also recommend you to download VS Code. It looks like this, and you could save all your files like this. The important thing that you need to understand that when you save a file, you have to save it with a extension .html. So now let us go back. In Notepad, it will look like this. So if you save the HTML page in the Notepad, the extension that you have to use, that can be .htm or it can be .html also. It doesn't matter, there is no difference, it is up to you. Now you could view the HTML page in your browser. Open the saved HTML file in your favorite browser, double click on the file or right click and choose open with. So the result will look like something like this. The name of the file is index.htm. You could also use index.html, it's the same thing. And my first heading, my first paragraph, this is something you could do, right? So now coming to free online editor, you could also run on this page also. So this was the video, so that you could learn how to save the files and run HTML files and how your website will look, what will be your input, what will be your output. In the next lecture, we'll be discussing about the basics of HTML. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. In this lecture, we'll be learning HTML basic examples. So in this chapter, I'll show you some basic HTML examples. Don't worry if you haven't, you learned about yet. Now let us talk about HTML documents. All HTML documents must start with document type declaration, doc type HTML. So this basically tells what kind of HTML version you are using. So doc type is basically for HTML5. Now the HTML document itself begins with HTML, a starting tag and an end tag. The visible part of the HTML document is between the body, open tag and closing tag of the body. Now we have seen this example in the previous lecture, my first heading and my first paragraph. The doc type declaration. The doc type declaration represents the document type and helps browser to display web pages correctly. It must only appear once at the top of the page before any HTML tag. The doc type declaration is not case sensitive. You could type even small letters, it will work. And the exclamatory mark doc type declaration is for HTML5. So this is how you have to declare that you are using HTML5. Now let us talk about HTML headings. So HTML headings are defined with the h1 to h6 tags. H1 defines the most important heading and h6 defines the least important heading. Now let us try. So we have first declared that we are using HTML5. So for that we wrote doc type HTML. Then we used an open tag of HTML and we closed it in the end, and in between is the body section. So all the visible part on the website is all the body section. Now H1 here, this is heading 1. So H1 is the largest and most important heading. It has the largest size if you compare with all the headings, and it is in bold. H2 is smaller than heading 1 but larger than heading 3. H3, H4, H5, H6. So heading 1 is the largest and heading 6 is the smallest, and subsequently from heading 1 the size of the heading decreases, and in heading 6 the size is the smallest. Now you'll have a doubt in your mind that what if we type H7 and write this is heading 7. So now what will happen? Will there be a heading that is smaller than heading 6? Let us just run the code. No, only headings are defined from H1 to H6, so there is nothing that H7 exists. So heading 7 will not be there, and it will write as a normal paragraph text. So as you can see, this is bigger than heading 7 and this is not even in bold. So this is how it works. There are only H1 to H6. There is nothing H7, H8, H9, nothing like that. So these are HTML headings. Now coming to HTML paragraphs. So HTML paragraphs are defined with the p tag. Example, this is a paragraph and you close the paragraph. This is another paragraph and then you close it. Let us try. So in paragraph, line spacing is there. As you can see, if I wrote two lines simultaneously, so what will happen? It will just come below it and there will be no line spacing. But whereas we use different paragraphs, so there is a lot of space between both the paragraphs. So this is how a paragraph is written. Now let us talk about HTML links. HTML links is used when you need to link any other website or any other thing. So if you click on it, you go on a specific link. So we have a special dedicated lecture for this anchor tag. This A tag is known as anchor tag. HTML links are defined with the A tag. Now coming to the example, how do you write it? So first you write A, then you write href, right? Then you write href is equal to, and then inverted commas. Inside the inverted commas, you write the address of the website, and then whatever you write here, this is for you know this will not appear when you click. This will appear. This is a link. Let us try. So you wrote something like that, dot type HTML. Now in H2 we gave the heading H2 HTML links, and we wrote a line, HTML links are defined with a tag, and we closed the paragraph. Now HTTPS and w3schools.com, this is not being written in the output. What will be written in the output will be this is a link. So when we close the anchor tag, between both the anchor tags we need to write what is supposed to be written when we click on it. So if we click on it, so we land to W3 schools website. So this is how it works. And if I change this website to YouTube, for example, youtube.com, so what will happen if I click on this? YouTube refused to connect. Let us say some different website, Google. So if we here in this, you can't see, but if I show you on VS Code, let us go to VS Code, and this is our link. So now you can see in ahref tag, I have written google.com. So what will happen? Let us just save this file and open with live server. So what will happen if I click on this is a link? So google.com will appear. So this is how it works. So now this is how href. So the link's destination is specified in the href attribute. Attributes are used to provide additional information about the HTML elements. You will learn more about attributes in a later chapter. So for now, this is all the basics. We'll be studying in detail, all the images and everything, what to do. Now coming to HTML images. HTML images are defined with img tag. So in img tag, there are multiple things. The source file, which is denoted as src, the alternative text, that is denoted as alt, and width and height are provided as attribute. So in image tag, how you have to write the code for image? So what you have to do, you have to write image img first, then you have to write source. So source will be what? w3schools.jpg. So this jpg file should be in your laptop, or if you upload, you want to make your website live, so in the server you should have this image present. Now there is alternate text w3schools.com, width you can set these many pixels and height you can set these many pixels. So you write width is equal to, and in inverted commas you will write what, in what pixels you need the width and in what pixels you need the height. So basically you will tell a ratio, in which ratio you desire the image. So now what you have to do, you'll write doc type HTML, HTML body, and heading paragraph is all. HTML images are defined with the img tag. So here we wrote source. So source was w3schools.jpg, and then alternate. Why this alternate text is there? For example, if someone doesn't have proper internet connection, or this image is taking too much data and the net is a little bit slow, and if for example by any chance, by any mistake, or due to the slow server or something, this image does not appear, then w3schools.com will be written over here, as it is an alternate text to those people who can't see the image. They will able to read the alternate text and understand what kind of image is provided. Now here the width is given 104 and height is given 142. We can also edit according to us. Like for example, if I write 90 over here and if I write 180 over here, so the ratio will change. See, you can see width will be 90 and height will be 180. Now if I type width should be 360 and run it, so this is like this. If I want a square image, I write it like this, 180 and 180. If I run it, so this kind of image is there. So these are all the basics of image, right? So we have discussed linked images, and there are some, how to view the HTML source. Have you ever seen a web page and wondered, hey, how did they do that? So you need to view the HTML source code. Click Ctrl plus U in an HTML page, or right click the page and select view page source. This will open a new tab containing the HTML source code of the page. You could also inspect an HTML element. Right click on an element or a blank area and choose inspect to see what elements are made up of. You will see both the HTML and CSS elements. You can also edit the HTML or CSS on the fly, the elements or your styles panel that open, right? So if you ever see a website like, this, so what you can do, you could just go to inspect, and what you'll see all the HTML code. See, it begins with HTML and everything like that, and there is head or something division, there is a lot of code in it. So this is how every website is made. You can see the elements, you see the console, what are the sources, what are the and everything else. So this is how it works and what colors are being used. So this is how you can see. Now let us practice some HTML exercises. The exercise is that we have to fill it. So for P, we have to put these brackets. We have to put these brackets here, and while closing it, we also have to put these brackets here. So this is how an exercise is given. So we learned all the basic tags and elements of HTML in this video. In the next lecture, we'll be discussing what are HTML elements. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. In this lecture, we'll be studying HTML elements. So an HTML element is defined by a start tag, some content, and an end tag. Now HTML elements, the HTML element is everything from the start tag to end tag. Now, tag name, in between content is there, and then we use the end tag. We have already discussed this h1 and paragraph, first heading and first paragraph. There is start tag, there is element content, and then there is end tag. So for ending something, you will put a slash. Now there's a special kind of tag. This is br, that is break. So this is known as empty elements. Some HTML elements have no content like the br element. These elements are called empty elements. Empty elements do not have an end tag, right? And you don't have to put any content in it. Now let us see what are nested HTML elements. So HTML elements can be nested. This means that elements can contain other elements. All HTML documents consist of nested HTML elements. For example, you wrote HTML first, right? And you haven't closed it. and inside the HTML tag there is body tag, there is h1 tag, there is paragraph, and then you close the body and then you close HTML tag. So this is how it works. So the HTML element is the root element and it defines the whole HTML document. It has a start tag HTML and end tag with slash HTML. Inside the HTML element there is a body element. The body element defines the document's body. If a start tag has body, it has a end tag also. So this is how h1 and paragraph works. We have already discussed this. Let's skip this. You should never skip the end tag. Some HTML elements will display correctly even if you forget the end tag. Even if, like, see here, paragraph is not closed, one paragraph was not closed and another paragraph was opened. So in some cases you will get the output correctly, but don't rely on this. Unexpected results and errors may occur if you forget the end tag. Now let us discuss empty HTML elements. HTML with no content are called empty elements. The BR tag defines a line break and an empty element without closing a tag. So let us try. So what happens is that if we don't first use the BR tag, now what will happen? So here is a paragraph, a line written in the paragraph tag. So this will give me a line same as that. But what if I want to write something like that? This is in one line and paragraph with a line in a line break. If I break it here and run it, it will print my output in one single line only. So this is not what I want. So what I will do, if I want something in the next line, so I will use a BR tag that is known as break tag. So in BR there is only a start tag, there is no end tag, and it has no content to carry. So now if I run this, now this is a in one line and paragraph with a line break in another line. So this is how break tag works. It is known as an empty tag as it does not have an end tag. So this is the example. HTML is not case sensitive. HTML are not case sensitive. That means capital P and small p means same, but it's recommended that you write in lowercase, and when you do XHTML, so you could it demands lowercase, and in HTML you should also prefer writing in lowercase, but it doesn't really matter. Now there is an exercise, we need to find a correct end tag. So in this there is like this. So we could use something like that. So now coming to HTML tag reference. So HTML tag defines the root of an HTML document, body defines the document's body, and h1 to h6 defines the HTML headings. So this in this video we discussed all the HTML elements. In the next video we'll be discussing HTML attributes. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. In this video, we'll be learning about HTML attributes. So HTML attributes provide additional information about HTML elements. So HTML attributes, all HTML elements can have attributes. Attributes provide some additional information about elements. Attributes are always specified in the start tag. Attributes usually come in name value pairs, like name is equal to value. Now let us talk about a href attribute. So a tags defines a hyperlink. The href attribute specifies the URL of the page. So href tag basically contains the URL, and what happens is that the a tags defines a hyperlink. So in between a tags we have written visit W3 schools. So if we run this, so what will happen? There's a paragraph written, this is a href. So w3schools.com will not be written. Whatever we write over here, visit W3 schools, so it will take us to W3 schools, right? If I write something over here, something else, for example, if I write ABC, so it will here, now it will show ABC, right? So this is how it works. This is the href attribute. Now coming to the src attribute. The img tag, the image tag, is used to embed an image in an HTML page. The src attribute specifies the path to the image to be displayed. Now here's an example, like you want to display some image, so there will be imagegirl.jpg. All right, so we have already tried this. Let us try it again. For example, there is some imagegirl.jpg. This is the file name, and this will be the width and this will be the height. So this will be the width and this will be the height of the image. So src, the source of the image, is an attribute, right? We can also change the width. We can say 120 and height will be, let's say, 200. We could also make the image smaller, greater, or according to our wish, right? If we put 160, something like that. So this is how a image tag works, and this is the src. So src is basically source, it is an attribute. So now there are two ways to specify the url in the src attribute. So one is the absolute url, links to an external image that is hosted on another website. Now, you should note that external images might be under copyright. If you do not get permission to use it, you may be in violation of copyright laws. So, in addition, you cannot control external images. It can be suddenly be removed or changed. So, it's better that you download a copyright-free image and then put the file in the server. Now, there is another way to put your URL, that is relative URL. So, it links to an image that is hosted within the website. Here, the URL does not include the domain name. If the URL begins without a slash, it will be relative to the current page. For example, if you write something like this, now if the URL begins with a slash, it will be relative to the domain. So it doesn't matter where the source of image is there. So relative is better, because if you change your website or change location of images, so it won't matter. It is just that image should be present in that particular file. So relative URL is better. They will not break if you change the domain. Let us talk about the width and height attributes. So the image tag also contains the width and height attributes, which specify the height and width of the image in pixels. So we have already seen this. You could write something, source, and then you could put width over here and height over here, according to what size of image do you want to be displayed on your website. Now coming to the alt attribute. So this is for alternate text for an image. If the image for some reason cannot be displayed, this can be due to a slow connection or an error in the src attribute, or if the users uses a screen reader. So for example, if the image is not available in some case, there might be there is internet is slow or something like that, so we'll get a alternative like girl with a jacket. Let us try. So here image is being shown, so it doesn't really matter. Now if I change this, now there is no image like this. Now if I run this, now what will happen? No image is being displayed, but instead this alternate text that is written girl with a jacket, that is being displayed, because due to some error, or maybe due to any reason, if image is not being able to display, then what you can do, you can read it with an alternate text and understand what kind of image is there, right? So now let us go back. So this is what happens. We have already seen this. Now comes our style attribute. The style attribute is used to add styles to an element such as color, font, size, and more. Right? For example, if you style in a paragraph color red, so this is a red paragraph. Let us see. Now this is, see, you can see this is normal paragraph, and in the start tag of paragraph, if we write style is equal to, and in inverted commas we write color, then we put a uh, two dots, and then we write the color, that is red, and then we end it with a semicolon. So the color of this paragraph will be red. For example, if I write yellow, so this is some of the basic colors, so text has turned yellow. Now if I write blue, so this is now blue, and I could also change like this is blue paragraph. So I could do like this. So style is also an attribute in the paragraph section. Now, let us talk about the lang attribute. So lang, you should always include the lang attribute inside the HTML tag to declare language on a web page. This is meant to assist search engines and browsers. Whenever you like Google is a search engine. So whenever somebody searches on Google, so in what language is he asking? In what language Google has to, display the result? So it's better that you mention the language. So when you write the HTML tag, you should write like language en. So it means that you are using the language English. Now country codes can also be added to the language in the lang attribute. So if the language is of as United States, so you could write en hyphen, and then you could write US. So language also you can specify, that will be better for search engines and all. So now let us talk about the title attribute. So in title, what you could do, the title attribute defines some extra information about an element. For example, you are writing a paragraph, and for that particular paragraph you need to put some title. So what you need to do, title, what I am a tooltip, mouse over this paragraph to display the title. So in this is not available. Let us see if it works in VS Code. So we'll just go, we'll save the file and we'll open it with live server. So mouse over this paragraph to display the title attribute as a tooltip. So the title attribute, so due to some reasons it is not working as of now. Let us skip this, but I told you this is something like that, there must be some error, right? So we suggest always use lowercase attributes, right? So the HTML standard does not require lowercase attributes, but it is better that you use lowercase, and it is easy. uh, Always quote attribute values, whatever you put, like you put a link over here, so it is better that you use inverted commas. Even if you don't use inverted commas, then what will happen, it will not display the title of the attribute correctly. Now if you're writing a paragraph p title about W3 schools, now coming to single quotes or double quotes, what should you use? So double quotes around the attribute values are most common in HTML, but single quotes can also be used. In some situations, when the attribute value itself contains double quotes, it is necessary to use single quotes, right? For example, if something like this is given, and in single quotes this is given, so use, so either you can put single quotes in the starting, and for a particular you could use double quotes, or vice versa, you could use double quotes in the beginning and ending, and in between you could use the single quotes. So this is the chapter summary. HTML elements can have attributes. Href attribute of a specifies the URL. The source attribute of image specifies the path to the image to be displayed. Width and height are also attributes of image. Alternate text is also an attribute of image. Style attribute is used to add styles to an element such as color, font, size, and many more things. Language attribute of HTML declares the language of the web page, and title will give some extra information, right? So add a tooltip, you could do this exercise on your own. This is all for this video. In the next video we'll be discussing HTML headings, so I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. This lecture will be discussing HTML headings. So HTML headings are titles or subtitles that you want to display on a web page. So for example, heading 1 is the biggest, then comes heading 2, and in HTML there is heading 1 to heading 6. We have already discussed it in the previous lecture, but let us see it again. Now what happens is that the most important heading, the heading 1, is the largest and the biggest, whereas the heading 6 is the smallest and least important heading. So as you can see, it is in in the smallest size, and so this happens. Now you will have a doubt in your mind that something like H7, is there something like heading 7? Let us check if there is something like heading 7. So if we run this code, so what will happen now, heading 7 will be written in the normal text like how it is written in paragraphs. So only H1 to H6 exists, nothing such as heading 7 exists. So let us now go back, and HTML headings are defined with H1 to H6 tags. H1 defines the most important heading and H6 defines the least important heading. We have discussed this. Now here's a thing to note down, that browsers automatically add some white space, a margin, before and after a heading, right? So headings are important. As you can see, like this line, headings are important. This is a heading in this web page. So what will happen, there is a lot of line spacing between the heading and the text. whereas you can see that in between the paragraph a space is given, right? But it is not as large as the space is in between the heading and paragraph. So it adds some white space, some margin before and after a heading. So why headings are important? Let us discuss that. Search engines use the headings to index the structure and content of your web pages. Users often skim a page by its headings. It is important to use headings to show the document structure. Headings should be used for main headings. For H1 should be used for main heading. Then it should be followed by H2 headings, and then less important H3, and so on. Now you should use HTML headings for headings only. Don't use headings to make text big or bold. We'll be seeing how you could style your paragraph, and if you need to do something like big or bold text, you don't need to use heading, because heading is basically for SEO purpose. If somebody is searching for some topic, so he will search by the topic itself. So your topic must be written in the heading and nothing else should be written. Now let us talk about bigger headings. So each HTML heading has a default size. However, you can specify the size for any heading with the style attribute using the CSS font size property. So basically, by using this style element, what you can do, you could change the size of the heading. Let us see that. Now what will happen if we take a normal, let's say H1, and in that it's written heading 1, and let us close H1. Now what will happen? See, this is the standard side of heading 1. But if I want to, customize my heading 1 and I want to make it look bigger, so what I'll use the style attribute. So in attributes, we have discussed there is style, and when we type style, we just have to type font size, font hyphen size, and that should be 60 pixel. So for example, now if I have to, style, we have a, special lecture for this, how to style, but let's just discuss here in brief. Now if I want to make it font size, let us make this 50 pixels. Whatever dimensions, all the dimensions we talk about in website, we talk in pixels. So this is pixel, then you have to put a semicolon and then inverted commas close, and let us now run this code. So see, this is 50 pixels and this was 60 pixels. So we can set the font size according to what we want. So this was the exercise, and this is the exercise, and it asks us that use the correct HTML tag to add a heading with text London, right? So basically it wants us that we should type like something like this, London, and then we should close it, right? So this is the HTML headings. In the next lecture, we'll be discussing HTML paragraphs. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll be discussing HTML paragraphs. So a paragraph always starts on a line and is usually a block of text. Now HTML paragraphs is defined by the P element. The P element defines a paragraph. A paragraph always starts on a new line, and browsers automatically add some white space, a margin before and after a paragraph. So we have already discussed this. This is a paragraph, this is another paragraph. If you see this, so what will happen? It automatically adds some space in between the paragraphs, right? Now, what is HTML display? You cannot be sure how HTML will be displayed. Large or small screens and resized windows will create different results. With HTML, you cannot change the display by adding extra spaces or extra lines in your HTML code. The browser will automatically remove any extra spaces and white lines when the page is displayed. So even if you break like this and a lot of white space is there, or maybe there is a lot of white space in between, you leave a lot of gap. So let us see how the browser reacts. So even if I type like this, with lot of spaces, let us run this, but it will still, the paragraph will be written in one line only, right? Whether if you leave a lot of space in between the words, if you leave a lot of space, it doesn't matter to the browser. What will happen? It will write the paragraph in lines, right? Now if you resize the browser, the number of lines in the paragraph will change. If you just minimize the window, so number of lines will change, so automatically it adjusts on its own, right? So now let us talk about some HTML horizontal rules. The HR tag defines the thematic break in an HTML page and is most often displayed as a horizontal rule. The HR element is used to separate content or define a change in HTML page. Let us see how it works. So basically, HR does what? There is some text, and then if you want to, create a separation, so a small line, a very narrow line comes here. So if you want to break something, like this topic is different, heading 1 and its text is different, heading 2 and its text is different, so something like that. So what you need to do, you need to use this HR tag. So this is also an open tag. It doesn't have an end tag. So just like break br, there's also HR tag. So this was horizontal rules. Now let us talk about the HR tag is an empty tag, which means that it has no end tag, right? Now let us talk about HTML line breaks. The HTML BR element defines a line break. Use BR if you want a line break, a new line, without starting a new paragraph. So what will happen, as we have discussed, in a paragraph it writes in a straight line. But what if I want to, write this in the next line? So whatever we want to write, this is, and where we want to take a break, we just have to add this BR tag, right? Now if I create another paragraph and let's say my name is Harsh. Now what will happen if I run this? It comes in a line, but I want that Harsh should be written in the next line. So there is one option. One option is that whether I create a new paragraph and write my name over here, and if I run this, so what will happen? There's a lot of line space in between. I don't want this line space, and it's very inconvenient that I have to make another paragraph or something like that. So what I'll do, I'll just write my name over here, and if I want something in next line before that, I'll just have to add BR. So now what will happen? It is written in the next line, and if we don't use BR, then what will happen? It will come in a straight line. So even if you can see we have left a lot of white space in between, but here only one space is given between is and Harsh. So this is how break tag works. It is also an empty tag and it has no end tag. Now let us talk about the poem problem. How do we have to display the poem? So the poem will display on a single line basis. So for that, what we need to do, if in HTML spaces and new lines are ignored, so what will happen if even if you write a poem like this, but the browser will think that it is some text and it will treat as a paragraph. So the solution for this is the HTML pre-element. The HTML pre-element defines the pre-formatted text. The text inside a pre-element is displayed in a fixed width font, usually Courier, and it preserves both spaces and line breaks. So if I want my text something to look exactly like this, so what I need to do, I just need to use this pre tag. So when we use a paragraph, so what happens is that the pre tag preserves both spaces and line breaks. So what happens? It is written in a paragraph. But if I want exactly this text like this, so what will happen? We have to use pre tag so that the text, now if I want to leave two lines in between, so two lines will be left in between, whereas it wasn't possible in paragraph. So in this video we have discussed this, and now here's some exercise. Use the correct HTML tag to add a paragraph without the text hello world. So in the body we just need to make a paragraph and write hello world, and what will happen? Our paragraph is complete. In the next lecture, we'll be discussing HTML styles, how you could style your text, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. In this lecture, we'll be discussing HTML styles. So basically, HTML styles attribute is used to add styles to an element such as color, font, size, and more. For example, this text is written as I am red. I am blue, and this text is a little bit, a little bit big. So how it is done? So what we need to do, the HTML style attribute, setting the style of an HTML can be done with the help of style attribute. The HTML style attribute has the following syntax. You need to write the tag name, whatever the tag is, and then write the style and its property and its value. For example, if you want to change the background color, so what you need to do, you just need in body tag, what you'll do, style background color is equal to powder blue. Now let us see. So what will happen? We wrote this. So there are different kind of colors. We'll be discussing all the colors, how you could, define all the colors. We have a special dedicated lecture for that. But if you see here, HTML body style is background color, that is powder blue. So H1 is heading and this is paragraph. So the background color is now in powder blue. Now let us talk about some more colors. So we can also set background color for two different elements. In the previous example, we wrote the background color in the body. So whole, web page, the background color of the whole web page was powder blue. But what if we want the background color for a particular heading or a particular paragraph? So what we need to do, in particular that heading or paragraph, like in H1, we can just write style and background color. Now what you need to do, style is equal to, then you have to put inverted commas and you have to write background hyphen color, and then you have to write mention the color and then end it with a semicolon and close the inverted commas. So what will happen? It will write in this. Now if I want to write paragraph style, let us just copy this, and I'll change something in this. Now if I write, I don't want tomato, I want red. So the background color is now red. This is how we can do things very quickly, and we can change the background color too. So this was one style. You could change the background color. Now let us see if you can change the text color too. So the CSS color property defines the text color for an HTML element. So when you need to change the background color, you wrote background color, right? Now if you want to change the color, so you just need to write color, and just make sure that you write COLOR and you don't write COLOUR. It's just because of the American and British English, and so you just need to take care of the spelling. So here if you see, now the text color is changed to blue. If I want to make it tomato color, so I could make this tomato color also. If I want to make this yellow, I could make this yellow. If I want to make this blue, so what I need to do, I just need to write whatever the heading is, paragraph it is, or any other element, even if it is in body. If I want all the text, so I'll in just body write style is equal to color, and I'll write the color name, and then the same syntax which we used to follow. So this is how you could change the text color of any element. Now let us talk about fonts. So the CSS font family, see now here CSS is written, but we have a different course in which you'll be learning how to build websites using HTML and CSS. So if you want to understand CSS like completely, so you can refer to that course too. You could find it in my profile. Now let us talk about fonts. The CSS font family property defines the font to be used for an HTML element. Now what will happen? H1 style, so whatever font we need in this heading, like Verdana is a font or Courier is a font, so we just need to write style is equal to, in inverted commas, font hyphen family, and then two dots, and then we have to write the which font we have to write, and then we have to end it with a semicolon. So now what will happen in this is a heading, this is in Verdana font, and the paragraph is in Courier font, so this is in Courier font. So whatever font you want, for example, I wanted some other font, so I could mention it here and the font will be available on my web page. Like for example, let us see if it works with Open Sans. If so, in if we write Open Sans, so in Open Sans it will give us the color, right? And if we want it like in Courier, so it will give us the font in Courier. So this was HTML styles. So we have discussed how you could change the background color, how you could change the text color, and how you could change the fonts. Now let us also talk about text size, how you could change the size of the text. Now the CSS font size property defines the text size for an HTML element. Now, if you want to increase the particular font size, standard size is there, and if you want to increase the size, you would also write like something like this: h1 style is equal to font hyphen size, and you could mention in what percent you want it. So, like if it was normal is 100%, so you could write like this 300%, something like this. Now let us compare it with normal heading. Like if we write h1 and we write hello world, so what will happen? And if I close this tag now and run it, so this is the standard size of a heading one. And if we increased the font size to 300%, so what will happen? This is a heading, it will be written like this. Now let us check same for the paragraph, how a normal paragraph is written. This is a paragraph. So now what we need to do, we will just check. So the standard size is this, but if we make the font size to 160%, this is how this is a paragraph will be written. Now we have to talk about text alignment. So the CSS text align property defines the horizontal text alignment for an HTML element. So if we want to, make some centered heading or centered paragraph, what we can do, we could just write h1 style text align, text hyphen align, and then we can mention whether center, left, right, anywhere we want the text. So if we need a centered heading, what we need to do, we need to write h1 style, and what we next need to do, we need to write text align, and we have to mention center. Now if I don't want it in center, I can also mention it like left, and I could write like this left heading. If I want this paragraph from the right side, I could right sided paragraph. So as you can see, it is in right side, and this is the spelling of center. You need to take care of this. So this is how you could do. So these were all the HTML styles. Let us just revise this in a summary. So you could use the style attribute for styling HTML elements. You can use the background color. You just need to remember this background hyphen color and the spelling of color, as I told you. For background color, color for text colors, font family for text fonts, font size for text sizes, and text align for text alignment. So this is how you could understand everything. In the next lecture, we'll be discussing HTML formatting, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll be studying how HTML text formatting is done. So HTML contains several elements for defining text with a special meaning. So for example, if we have to make any text bold, we have to make any text, italic, or maybe we have to write in subscript for maybe writing, some chemistry formulas, or maybe we have to write in superscript, like in exponents, like we used to write in superscript. So if we want to write something like this in our web page, so what we need to do, so we need to learn some HTML formatting elements. So formatting elements were designed to display special types of text. So the B tag is the bold tag. The strong tag is something that is important text. We'll be seeing all the examples. For now, let us just take a overview of this. If we use the I tag, that is for italic text. If we use EM, so that is for emphasized text. Mark tag is marked text. Small tag is smaller text. Now you could also see if you want to some write deleted text, so that is del. Inserted text is ins. And subscript for if you need to write something in subscript, you need to use the sub tag. And if you need to write something in the superscript, you need to use the sup tag. Now let us take each and every example. HTML B and strong elements. So let us see. If we write, this is a normal text like in paragraph. Now in paragraph, what we need to do, we are writing something. Now if we want to make the text bold, like here it is, the text is bold here. So what we need to do, we need to add this b tag and we have to end the bold tag using this end tag. So this is how you could make a text bold. Now coming to strong element. The HTML strong element defines the text with strong importance. The content inside is typically displayed in bold. So the b tag and the strong tag are usually similar. We can see there is not much difference, but a little bit. Now if I don't write strong and I write this, I make this bold. So as you can see, in this it is bold and in this it is strong, but it looks like everything is same. So here bold tag is used and here strong tag is used. So these are all the two tags in which you could make the text bold or look important. Now let us talk about the I tag and EM tag. I is for italic tags. So the HTML I tag element defines a part of text in an alternate voice or mode. The content inside is typically displayed in italic. Now, here's a tip. The I tag is often used to indicate a technical term, a phrase from another language, a thought, a ship name, etc. So, if we need to write something in italics, we can just write, like we did in bold, we can write in italics. There is a start tag, there is a end tag, and we'll get the output in italics. Now, let us talk about the EM tag. So EM element defines the emphasized text. The content inside is typically displayed in italic. A screen reader will pronounce the words in EM with an emphasis using verbal stress. So basically what happens is that when you use italic, so it uses another voice when you do text to speech, or when uh, a narrow AI thing is reading all the text on your web page. And whereas in emphasized text, what will happen, the basically the voice will be changed, the tone of the voice will be changed, but it will look, as you can see in the emphasized text, it is also italics. If you need to compare how, what is the difference between emphasized text and italics, so what we can do, we can just write I and I, we could run it. So this text is italics and this is emphasized. So moreover, it looks approximately the same. So this is the italics and emphasized. Now let us talk about HTML small element. The HTML small element defines smaller text. So if we use something like this small and end it with an end tag, so what will happen, the the standard size of the paragraph is this here, what we get in this output. But if we want some smaller text, so what we need to do, we need to just put small tag inside our paragraph. So for example, we have, let's say, this line, and I want to, in the same paragraph, I want to write something that is in normal text and I want to write something in the paragraph that is in small text. So what I can do, I can write the particular text. I could write all the particular text in between the small start and end tags. So as you can see in hello world, it is written in standard size, and this is some smaller text is written in smaller text. Now let us talk about the HTML mark element. The HTML mark element defines text that should be marked or highlighted. Like, if we have to write, do not forget to buy milk today. So milk is important. We have to mark milk. So what will it do? It will highlight the particular word. So here, if you have to mark something important, you could just use mark. You could also, mark everything important. Like for example, if I write here, so what will happen? So whole line is highlighted. The background color basically will be changed to yellow. That is standard, and you could mark important things. Now let us talk about the del element. The del element defines the text that has been deleted from a document. Browsers will usually strike a line through the deleted text. Like my favorite color is first in, it will be written like this. My favorite color, first it was, it may be blue, then we have updated it and it is now red. So if we need to tell something that blue is deleted, so what we need to do, we need to strike through it. So basically a line will be over this output text and it will be strike through, and now red will be printed. So if I have to write anything like which should strike through it, so what I need to do, we have to use it inside a paragraph or something. We cannot directly use this. We need to be careful about this, that it could be used under any heading or maybe under paragraph or some kind of text. So like I will write strike through and let us close this tag. So now what will happen, it will be written like this, strike through. So del element is used like this. And if we talk about the INS element, the INS element defines a text that has been inserted into a document. Browsers will usually underline inserted text. So for example, we used to like do blue when we used to use delete text, like delete element. So here what happened, the line is strike through. And when we use the insert tag, so what happens is that we have written red in between insert tags. So what will happen if we have inserted something, so the text will be underlined. So this is how insert tag works. Now let us talk about the subscript and superscript, that are the two majorly last topics for this lecture. So HTML sub element, the HTML sub element defines the subscript. For example, we have to write H2O, some chemistry formula or something. Subscript text appears half a character below a normal line, and it is sometimes rendered in smaller font. Subscript text can be used for chemical formulas like H2O. So like this is subscripted text. So for example, if I want to write H2O, so what I'll do, I'll just write capital H here. In the subscripted part I'll write 2, and later I have to write O. So if I write like we have written H2O, so 2 is in subscript mode. Similarly, there is a superscript mode also. The sub sub tag, the HTML sub element defines the superscript text. Superscript text appears half a character above normal line, and it sometimes rendered in a smaller font. It could be used in something like www, and one is written, or maybe some exponents. So let us try. So superscript is basically half character above, and it is written usually in a little bit smaller size. If I want to write something like 3 to the power 2, like if I need to write 3 square, and 3 square is equal to 9, so what I will do, so we can write something like this. We can use the sub tag, that is the superscript tag, and in superscript the text goes above the normal text and in smaller size, and in the subscript it goes below the text. So this was all the HTML formattings we can use inside this paragraph, heading, or any other text which is written. So we can basically do the formatting, and this is an exercise. I want you to do this exercise on your own. So you have to write an extra importance to the word degradation. Okay, so pause this and attempt, and then I'll tell the answer. So add extra importance to the word degradation. So we need to give importance to it. So what we need to do, we could just use the strong tag here, right? And we could close this. So this is how you could do. So these are the HTML text formatting elements, that is, B defines the bold tag, emphasize text, italics, small, strong, superscript, subscript, and inserted text, deleted text, and marked text. So this is how HTML formatting is done. In the next lecture, I'll be discussing about the HTML quotations. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll be discussing about all the HTML quotation and citation elements. So in this chapter, we'll go through, some of the tags like block quote, queue, ABBR, address, site, and video HTML elements. So we'll understand what is this. So here's the example. Like if something is to be quoted from a particular website, like here is a quote from WWF's website. So this is a quote and it is a indented a bit, right? It is indented a bit. Four characters are there. So HTML block quote for quotations. The HTML block quote element defines a section that is quoted from another source. Browsers usually incident block quote elements. So what happens is that if we have a paragraph, something like this, here is a quote from WWF's website and this is written in paragraph. Now, if we want to block quote something, so what we'll do, we'll block quote and we'll write site and we'll write the website from where we have picked up the data. So what we need to do in block quote, site is equal to this, we'll put the website. Let us now try. So what will happen? This was written in normal paragraph and this quoted text will be intended a little bit, right? So what will happen? These four spaces, as you can see, it is shifted towards right. So this is block quote. So when we use this block quote tag, what happens is that four spaces is shifted it towards right. So this is how block quote works. Now let us talk about HTML tag for short quotations. The HTML tag defines a short quotation. Browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. So if we have to quote something, we want that double inverted commas come up. So for that we use Q tag. So let us see an example. WWF's goal is to build a future where people live in harmony with nature. So I need this particular part to be in inverted commas. So what I'll do, I'll just write the normal paragraph and in normal paragraph I'll do all the quotations. So build a future where people live in harmony. So as you can see in the output, this is in double quotes. As you can see, there are double quotes. So this is how you could quote something with the Q tag. Now let us talk about HTML ABBR tag, that is for abbreviations. So any abbreviation or an acronym like HTML, CSS, Mr., Doctor, ASAP, ATM, something like that. So marking abbreviations can give useful information to browsers, translation systems, and search engines. So whether, like for example, you could use the global title attribute to show the description for the abbreviation acronym when you mouse over the element. So let's say this is a paragraph and in this ABBR title, the title is World Health Organization. But what will be printed? WHO will be printed, that it was founded in 1948. So what happens is that this title, the World Health Organization, this code is read by search engines, and if somebody search for, if somebody searches for World Health Organization, so this will appear. And this is all the SEO, search engine optimization, how your website or web page is gonna come up in ranking. Like if you search something on Google, so how do we make something like that, that your website comes on the top of the page, right? Your ranking improves. So in the paragraph, the ABBR title, World Health Organization, so what happens is that here WHO is printed, it is in abbreviated form. But what happens is that if somebody will search for World Health Organization, it is written in the code. So World Health Organization, so our search engines will work properly. If we directly wrote WHO, so it might be possible that if somebody is searching for World Health Organization, it won't understand what is WHO. So for that, we use the ABBR tag, and in ABBR, we write title and this, and whatever we need to display on our web page, we write between the ABBR tags in the normal paragraph or any other text section. Now let us talk about HTML address for contact information. The HTML address tag defines the contact information for the author or owner of a document or an article. The contact information can be, an email address, URL. URL is basically your website address, physical address, phone number, social media handle, etc. etc. The text in the address element usually renders in italic, and browsers will always add a line break before and after the address element. So if for example we are writing this address, the address of Disneyland written by John Doe, visit us at this example.com, this is our website and this is my address. So we have used the break tag. Let us see if we write address over here. So what happens is that the first thing is that all the address that you write comes up in a little bit of italics. So what happens is that it is all in italics, and when you write something like address, so if I wrote another paragraph or something like that, it would if I was writing a paragraph and in the paragraph address was written without the address tag. So there would be no line in between. But as we have used this address tag, there is a line between uh, above and after the address. So these things happens that the address gets in italics and it tells us that it is written in address and it leaves a line. Now let us talk about HTML site tag for work title. The HTML site tag defines the title of a creative work, for example, a book, a poem, a song, a movie, a painting, sculpture, etc. etc. So the basic purpose of site is usually to render it in italics. So whether we write like this is the scream is a name of a painting. So let us say this is a painting. Now as you can see, the paint name of this painting is The Scream. So we used site tag over here and we wrote The Scream in between the tags of the site. So what happens is happened is that the Scream is written in italics and rest all is written in normal text. So this is how you could use site tag to write something in italics. The basic purpose of this is to write in italics, whether you use the italics tag, whether you use the site tag, or whether you use so address tag, but there are different like small changes in every tag. Now let us talk about HTML BDO for bidirectional override. So BDO stands for bidirectional override. The HTML BDO tag is used to override the current text of the direction. For example, there are two directions. First is left to right. If we read something, we read the text from left to right. And there is another thing that if we, write it or read it from right to left. So here direction BDO, DIR means direction and it is written RTL. So RTL means right to left. And if we write LTR, so that means left to right. So what happens is that in BDO, you wrote a normal paragraph and then in this BDO section this line will be written from right to left. So as you can see it will start from TFEL, something like this. So you can see TFEL, it is written in left to right because we have set the direction from right to left. If we change this from left to right and then we run it, so now this line will be written from right to left, and if we change it again back to RTL, that is right to left, so it will be written in right to left. So this is how BDO direction works. BDO is basically bi-directional override. Now here's the exercise. Use an HTML element to add quotation marks around the letter school. So for quotation, we have already understood that we need to use Q tag. First we need to and then we need to close. So this is how we could use the quotation tag. So these are all the quotation and citation elements: abbreviation, address, BDO, block quote, cite, and Q. And Q is for short inline quotation. So you could note it down everything and pause and read everything, and I have explained you all the HTML quotations and sites. In the next lecture I'll be talking about HTML comments, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. In this lecture we'll be talking about HTML comments. HTML comments are not displayed in the browser, but they can help document your HTML source code. HTML comment tag. Now let us understand how comment tag works and why it is needed. So you can add comments to your HTML source by using the following syntax. So usually what happens is that if you are working in together in teams or whether you are working in a company, so basically what happens is that code is very complex. So to understand that code, you could use some comments to explain what the code is about and what is written in which part. So if you add a comment somewhere, so it will be very easy for someone else to understand your code. But if you don't add anything to your code, no comments, so he'll have to go through the whole code, and if you have taken some variables or you have written something, so it will be very difficult for the other person to understand the complete code, and there are very great possibility that he will be not be able to read your code. So it's better if you add your comment tag. So comment, basically what happens is that comment doesn't appear on your browser, doesn't appear on your output. It is just for the understanding of someone else to understand your code, or whether even you, if you are writing a long code and you have forgotten what you did in the starting or somewhere else, so you could just read the comment and understand what is written in the source code. So this is the syntax of adding a comment. First you have to put, you know, this arrow, then exclamatory marks, two hyphen, then you can write the comment, and you could write like that and end similarly. Notice that there is an exclamation point in the start tag but not in the end tag. Comments are not displayed by the browser, but they can help you document your HTML source code. So how HTML works? uh, HTML comment works. Add comment. With comments you can place notifications and reminders in your HTML code. So for example, this is a comment, this is a paragraph, and you know, remember to add more information here. So if you see, so what will happen in the output, you will only get this is a paragraph. All the comments are not displayed in the web browser. It is just for your understanding. This is a comment, or you know, anything like that. Or, and it is a multi-line comment too. You don't need to, you know, write again and again for the each and every comment. Once you make a comment, you could write it in multi-line. Now let us talk about hiding content. So comments can be used to hide content. This can be helpful if you hide content temporarily. For example, if I want to hide like this particular line for some particular period of time, so I'll just convert this into, like, this is a paragraph. If I want to hide this line, so what I'll do, I'll just make it a comment. So for making the comment, we have to add this in the starting and this in the end. So we could also hide content for some particular time until whenever we want. You can also hide more than one line. Everything between this and this will be hidden from the display. As I told you, it is a multi-line comment. Now you could hide a particular section of HTML code. For example, you could, you know, you want to hide some image. Look at this cool image border and all this. So you could make it a comment and you could hide the content. As we have seen, as you can hide some text, some paragraph, you could also hide any of the content like image, table, and anything. Now let us talk about hide inline content. Comments can be used to hide parts in the middle of HTML code also. So any part of the code, you could just turn it into comment, and the basic need is that every start tag should have an end tag, and if end tag is there and your code is working properly, then there is no problem. But if you know, if you just make an end tag a comment, and then your code might be not working, so that will be a problem for you. So just make sure that your code is working, and you know, any text in between you could hide. So these are some exercises. So let's you as you can see, this is how you have to make a comment, and this is how you have to end a comment. So this was it for comments, and I hope you would have understood what comments are used for. In the next lecture, I'll be talking about HTML colors, what all colors are there, how you can, you know, pick a color and use the colors, and we'll talk in detail about them. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. In this lecture, we'll be talking about HTML colors. So we have already understood how we can use colors in background color and in text colors. Now we need to understand how we have to pick colors and what variety of colors does HTML offer us. So HTML colors are specified with predefined color names or with RGB, HEX, HSL, RGBA or HSLA values. Don't worry if you don't understand this, we'll be learning in detail. So let us begin with basics. So color names in HTML, a color can be specified by using a color name such as tomato, orange, dodger blue, medium sea green, light gray, violet, slate blue, gray, etc, etc. And there are some 140 standard color names, so you could google this and you could find all the standard colors what are there. Now let us talk about background colors. You could also set background color for HTML elements, hello world, and you know, this is different, so you could set different. For this, what you need to do in this in H1 style, you just need to do background color dodger blue, hello world, and in background color you made tomato and wrote all the content you needed. Now if you want to change the text color, like this, hello world is in, you know, tomato color, this is in dodger blue, this is in medium sea green. So what you need to do, write like this: h1 style color tomato. We have already discussed this in HTML styles lecture, so you could just watch that lecture and understand everything. In this lecture we'll be focusing more on RGB, RGBA, HEX and HSL colors. So this is all what we have discussed. For example, border color. You can also set the color of borders. For example, there is hello world written and I want it in the tomato border. So what I'll do, I'll write here h1 style is equal to border, and the width of the border is to be 2 pixels, and this is solid tomato. The we'll write solid, the border is such like that it's solid, and the color tomato, and we'll write the content what is to be written, and then we'll close the tag. So if you want to make the border dodger blue or violet or something, any other color, we could just pick whatever color we want to write. Now let us talk about color values. So these are all the 140 standard colors, but there are some cases in we need to pick a particular color which may not be available in one of these 140 colors. So coming to color values, in HTML, colors can also be specified using RGB values, HEX values, HSL values, RGBA values and HSLA values. So we have to understand what is all this RGB, background color, and everything HSLA. So we have to now learn this. So now let us talk about HTML RGB and RGBA colors. So RGB color value represents red, green and blue light sources, and RGBA color value is an extension of RGB with an alpha channel. Alpha is basically opacity. Opacity refers to something that how much it can block something or how much light is to be passed through it. We'll be discussing about this. First, let us understand RGB color values. So in HTML, a color can be specified as an RGB value using this formula: red, green and blue. So each parameter defines the intensity of color with a given value of 0 and 255. So you could set the intensity of each color like red, green, blue between 0 to 255. So that means there are 256 opportunities for red, 256 for green and 256 for blue. So if we find out permutation and combination for this, what will happen? 256 into 256 into 256. So there are these many possible colors if you use RGB, right? So for example, if there is written RGB 25500, so red, green, blue. So what does this mean? That red should be at its maximum intensity 255, and both of these green and blue should be 0 and 0. So it is displayed as red because red is set to its highest value and other two, green and blue, are set to 0. Another example, RGB 0 to 55 and 0. It is displayed as green because red and blue are set as 0. To display black color, what you need to do? You need to set all the parameters of this red, green and blue to 0, 0, 0. And if you need to display white, what you need to do? You need to set all the color parameters to 255. Now you could also experiment by mixing all the RGB values. For example, if we see there is red, green is 0, blue is 0. So basically, as you can see in this example also, now we need to adjust. I want this particular color, something like this color. So first I'll experiment using this, what color matches my thought and which color I need. So by using this, when I find my desired color, then what I'll do, I'll just write RGB 92, 182 and 153. So this is how first I need to experiment what color I need, and then I could use that particular color wherever I want to use it. So these are all the examples. If you do these parameters, you fix these parameters, so you will get these particular colors. Now let us also talk about shades of gray. So shades of gray are often defined using equal values for all three parameters. So if you want a gray shade, so what you need to do, you need to set all equal like 60, 60, 60, 100, 100, 100, 180, 180, 180, 240, 240, 240. So you would get something like these colors. So let us see. Let us fix this as same 77. Let us also set this as 77 and blue also to 77. So when all the colors are RGB are set to same, let us, so what happens? A shade of gray comes. Now what if I do? If I set it at 60, 60, 60, 100, 100, 100, so different shades of gray can be observed at same particular value. So you need to remember this. For black, you need to do all 0. For white, you need to do all 255. And for gray, different shades of gray, you need to make all them equal and depending upon the intensity. Now let us talk about RGBA color values. So RGBA color values are an extension of RGB color values with an alpha channel which specifies the opacity of a color. So what happens is that everything is same RGBA, a new parameter is added, alpha. So alpha is basically what? If alpha is 0, so it means fully transparent, and if it is 1, so it is not transparent at all. So for example, if I do like this 1, so there is no transparency, it is solid color. But what if I do 0? So it will happen, it is transparent. Now if I use like alpha to set to 0.1, so what will happen? It will give me a very light shade because that lot of transparency is there, only 10% opacity is there. So this is how it works. When you set alpha to 0, so there is no background. When you set it to 0.2, there is, you know, some transparency. And when you set it as 1, as you can see, it is simultaneously increasing. When you set it at 1, so what happens is that you get maximum opacity. So this is how you could do. And you could also, you know, do this exercise. You could style your background color using the RGB for any of the, you know, so you can set the parameter and experiment that. Now let us talk about HEX. So HEX basically stands for a hexadecimal color specified with RRGGBB. So it is hash RRGGBB. RR stands for red, GG stands for green, and BB stands for blue. So HEX color values in HTML, a color can be specified using a hexadecimal value form. So hexadecimal, how it will work? Let us see. So RRGGBB, where RR red, green, and blue are hexadecimal values between 0 and FF, same as, you know, 0 to 255. So for example, FF 0 4 times is displayed as red because red is set to its highest value FF, and the other two colors are green and blue are set to 0 and 0. So what happens is that basically in RGB we were discussing from 0 to 255. Here we'll be discussing from 0 to FF. For this you need to have some, you know, hexadecimal conversion knowledge. If you had that have that particular knowledge, you could easily understand this. What is this hexadecimal conversions? You know, that is a broadly different topic, so we won't be discussing it here, and it's not in our HTML course. So another example is that 00FF00. So for the first two for red, so this is set as 0. Now FF in the middle is set for green, and the blue is set as 00. So it is displayed as green because green is set to its highest value, and the other two, red and blue, are set to 0. To display black, you need to make all 0, and to display white, you need to make everything F. So you could also experiment this. You know, you can find this mixer a lot of where. So it will start with 0, then it will go like this, then 4B, and, you know, something like this, these values till FF. So you could find a particular color, and you could, now if we do all FF, so it's all white. If we do all 0, it is black. So you just need to identify the color, and you could also use this particular code in your HTML code. So as you can see, there are some examples which tell us that these particular hexadecimal codes are giving us these particular colors. You know, for now different shades of gray, they are usually defined by for equal values. So like if you put 4040 or 686868, so red, green, and blue, as we discussed in RGB also, we should have same red, green, and blue, and intensity of this can be decided on the number which is equal. So like for 40 it is very, you know, dark. As we move ahead, it becomes light. So this is how hexadecimal colors can be used in your code. So now let us talk about HSL and HSLA colors in HTML. So HSL stands for hue, saturation, and lightness. If you are into, Photoshop or video editing, if you have ever edited photos, so it asks for saturation, how much image saturation should be there, how much brightness should be there, how much hue should be there. And HSLA color values are an extension of HSL with an alpha channel, same as we did for in RGB and RGBA colors. So what happens is that in HSL color values, in HTML, a color can be specified using hue, saturation, and lightness in the form like this. So what we need to do, everything is same. So for hue, saturation, and lightness, we could set a parameter and we'll get a particular number. When we get a desired color, we'll just, copy the particular code. So what we need, and we could also experiment and find the accurate color. So in the standard colors like orange, tomato, and red, we don't have the option to change a particular color to little bit more dark or more bright, or we can't change the parameters. But with the help of this RGB, HEX, and HSL, we can also edit our colors and put our colors according to our wish. So these are some examples if you use HSL like this and this. So now let us talk about saturation. So saturation can be described as the intensity of a color. 100% is pure color, no shades of gray. 50% means 50% gray, you can still see the color, and 0% saturation means that it is now completely gray. You cannot see the color. So if you set the saturation parameter HSL, so middle one is the saturation. So 100% saturation means you could see the color. In 0% saturation, you could see only gray color, you could not see the color. But in some saturation, you could see some color. So this is how saturation works, right? Now let us talk about lightness. The lightness of a color can be described as how much light you want to give to the color, in which 0% means there is no light, that is black. 50% means 50% light, neither dark nor bright, and 100% means full lightness, full white. So if you set the parameter like 100, these are some examples. So you would get white, and if you set the parameter to 0, the lightness parameter HSL, so the last parameter L, which stands for lightness, if you set that 0, so you will have black color, and if you set that 100, so you will have white color. And in between, for different lightness, you could find different things. For also shades of gray, you could also, we have already talked about the hue and saturation to 0, and adjusting lightness from 0 to 100, you could see lighter and darker shades. So for example, 90% gray looks like this if we set the lightness, and if hue and saturation are set to 0, 20% lightness is done. So we could find such different shades of color. Now let us talk about HSLA color values. So HSLA color values are an extension of HSL color values with an alpha channel, which specifies the opacity for a color. So in HSLA, hue, saturation, lightness, and alpha. Alpha is again the same which we discussed in the RGB and RGBA. So the alpha parameter is a number between 0 and 1. So 0 means fully transparent and 1 means not at all transparent. So we could find a particular color according to our alpha. We could set it as 1, some transparency, or maybe we need some different color. So we could just build our color. So these are some examples using some hue, some saturation and lightness, and some alpha opacity. We could build some colors, and this is how you could in color section you could just paste this RGB and all the parameters inside the RGB, or maybe the HSL, HSLA, just place all the parameters and it will pick the color automatically. So this was for colors. I hope you would have understood all type of colors and how you can pick accurate color, the color you desire, the color you want on your web page, and it makes things easy and very customized for you. So these are all the topics about colors. In the next lecture, I'll be talking about HTML, CSS, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Till then, bye bye. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this lecture, we'll be discussing what is CSS. So we have a different course for CSS. It will be in much detail, and CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. So I already told you in the beginning that for web development there are primarily three languages that you need to learn. First is HTML, that is basically all the foundation of your website. How is going to be the structure of your website. CSS basically is for making your site look beautiful, and what all fonts, what all text, the size of the text, and different things, the text color, the background color. So in this lecture we'll be discussing all the basic of the CSS, but if you want to learn CSS in depth, in detail, so we'll have a separate course for that, that will contain HTML and CSS together, and we'll also have a course that will contain all the web development course that will comprise of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. JavaScript is basically for all your logic behind your website. So what will happen in CSS, all the basic we'll just study in this lecture. For studying in detail, you can buy my other course too. This course is basically for HTML, and in this lecture we'll also be learning how we can link HTML files to CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. So CSS style, styles and colors. So now let us discuss what is CSS. Cascading Style Sheets (CSS) is used to format the layout of a web page. With CSS, you can control the color, font, the size of the text, the spacing between the elements, how elements are positioned and laid out, what background images or background colors are to be used, different displays for different devices and screen sizes, and much more. Now, here's a tip. The word cascading means that a style applied to a parent element will also apply to all children elements within the parent. So if you set the color of the body text to blue, all headings, paragraphs, and other text elements within the body will also get the same color unless you specify something else. So now let us understand how we can use CSS. So CSS can be added to HTML document in three ways. So the first is inline, by using style attribute. This we have studied in the attribute lecture, HTML attributes. Inline, by using the style attribute inside HTML elements. Now the second method is internal, by using a style tag element inside the head section. And an external method is there, by using a link element to link an external CSS file. The most common way to add CSS is to keep the styles in external CSS files. However, in this tutorial, we'll use inline and internal styles because this is easier to demonstrate and easier for you to try it yourself. Now let us begin with the first type of CSS, that is inline CSS. An inline CSS is used to apply a unique style to a single HTML element. An inline CSS uses the style attribute of an HTML element. The following example sets the text color of H1 element to blue and the text color of P2 element red. We have already done this. Like for example, if you have seen my previous lecture, so for H1, what we have to do, we just have to style, color blue, a blue heading, and in paragraph style color red, a red paragraph. So let us see how it works. So basically, if you do this inline, so h1 is in one line, so you are using style attribute here. So this is inline CSS. Here in style, you are using color to be set blue. So h1, a blue heading, right? Here you get a blue heading. Also in p style color red, a red paragraph. So you will get all the text in the paragraph in red color. Now let us go back. Internal CSS. An internal CSS is used to define a style for a single HTML page. An internal CSS is defined in the head section of an HTML page within a style element, right? Style element you have to use. You'll see the following example in which h1 and the text color of p is set to be blue. So what happens is that in an internal CSS, so when we start writing our code, so what do? We just write type HTML head. Inside the head section, we put a style element. Here we put the style element, and this is the syntax for writing everything. Now for body, background color should be powder blue. So we'll write body and we'll put these curly brackets, and here we'll write background color. There will be two dots, and then we'll write the color. We need the powder blue color, and then a semicolon, and we'll close the curly bracket. So we'll tell in body you have to do this background color, in h1 you have to do this color, in paragraph you have to do this color, and then you will close the style element and then close the head element. And in this is body, h1 and paragraph. Now let us see. So what happens is that in body we set the background color to powder blue. So as you can see, the body is in powder blue color. H1, the color of H1 should be blue. This was, told here. So the color is set to blue and the paragraph color should be red. So this is red. Now what if I add another H1 here and say hello world? So what will happen? Now let us close this H1. So what will happen? We have already said that H1, the text color of H1 should be blue. Now whichever H1 will I use in my body, it will be blue. So as you can see, hello world will be blue. Now let us say we have another paragraph. We have already set the color of the paragraph text to be red. Now if we write here, another this is another paragraph. So what will happen? The text color of this paragraph should be red. So we have got the red color over here. So we just need to define in the head section using a style element all the background color, h1p, all everything, whether it may be font color, background color, text color, spacing, anything. So we can define it here and then we can use it. So internal css works like this. Now let's talk about external css. So external CSS, an external style sheet is used to define the style for many HTML pages. To use an external style sheet, add a link to head section of HTML page. So in internal CSS, what we were doing, we were writing using the style element in the head section. Now we'll link a style sheet and we'll use a href tag that this is styles.css, the name of the file, and relation is style sheet. So this is there. Now let us see what do we have to write in the styles.css. So now we have to create a new file that is styles.css. The external style sheet can be written in any text editor. The file must not contain any HTML code and must be saved with a .css extension. So here's what the style CSS will look like. So we'll tell body and curly braces, and then we'll write the background color powder blue, h1 to the color blue, paragraph to the color red. We have this separate file, and here what we'll have a different file. So what do we need to do? We just need to write it here, and this is how it will work. We can also see this in VS Code if you are having any doubts. So what will happen? Let us just delete this and let me just copy first the HTML code. So I'll copy the code. So the file of this name is website.html. I'll save this code. Now I'll create a new file that should be styles.css. Now in styles.css, I'll paste all my CSS code. That is this. In styles.css, now I'll paste this in my VS Code. I'll also save this, right? And then I'll go to my site. Now here styles.css is saved. Now let us open with live server. So as you can see, the background color is powder blue, the heading 1 color is the h1 is blue, and the paragraph is in red. So what we need to do, we first need to write an HTML file. We have linked this style sheet, so we have to tell link relation is styles sheet and href, the name of our CSS file, that is styles. So we have a styles sheet, styles.css, in which we have written all this, and a website too. And this is how CSS can be done using external editor. Now coming to CSS colors, fonts and sizes. So basically you have understood how you have to write the code in your CSS file and your all the color, font, size, and then you can just add it. You have already understood how do you have to do it. Now you could have variations like what are the CSS colors, font family, font size, etc, etc. Now use of CSS color, font family and font size. So what you need to do, we'll be studying internal CSS in this. Inline we have already discussed it earlier. For example, in H1 you could set color blue, font family to Verdana, font size to 300%, paragraph the color should be red, the font family should be. Now for changing the font you need to write the syntax font family and then font size to 160%, and then you close the style. Let us see what it gives us. So this is how it will tell me, right? For example, if I have to add a body tag in it, and then I'll just say that background color should be let's say yellow. So yellow, and I'll close this. So let's see if it works. So now the background color of whole body will be yellow. So this is how I could just, do anything. If I say the font family shouldn't be Verdana, it should be Open Sans. So this will be in Open Sans. So this is how things work and CSS work. Now let us talk about CSS border. The CSS border property defines a border around the HTML element. You can define a border for nearly all HTML elements. So if you want to put anything in, if I want my paragraph to be in border, so border, first we have to write 2 pixel and it should be solid and the color should be powder blue. So what will happen? We have written this is a paragraph. We have already defined in every paragraph there should be a border that should be 2 pixels thick and it should be solid, and the color of it should be powder blue. Let's say I want to change it the color to tomato. So I'll change it to tomato, and in every paragraph the border is available and the border will go till the end of the thing. We have already a special lecture for blocks and borders, everything. So just keep on watching the course. Now let us talk about CSS padding. The CSS padding property defines a padding space between the text and the border. So what happens is that use of CSS border and padding properties. So now same border is there and there is some padding is for 30 pixels. So what does it mean? That this should be 30 pixels and inside this is a paragraph should be written. And it's the same thing in style element. We have just added a padding thing in the border. Now let us talk about CSS margin. CSS margin property defines a margin space outside the border. That margin should be 50 pixels. Like one paragraph is ended and when the border line closes, so there should be 50 pixels gap in another paragraph. If I set it to 10 pixels, I could get like this. If I set it to 25 pixels, I'll get spacing like this. So I'll get basically all the spacing. Now let us talk about link to external CSS. So external style sheets can referenced with a full URL or with a path relative to the current web page. As you have seen, I have already shown you this example. We have used a style sheet and that was available in my laptop. So in case it is not present in your laptop, what you can do, you can in href section you can use a fully functional URL. So CSS file will copy all the data from there. And in the next example, you can see that style sheet is located in HTML folder. So what you can do, you could just write the HTML styles.css and you could link a style sheet located in the HTML folder. And this I have already shown you styles.css style sheet, and in href you could put styles.css. Now this is the summary of the chapter. The style attribute for inline styling, the style element to define internal CSS, link element is used to refer an external CSS file, the head element store the style, and the link elements use the CSS color property for text colors, CSS font family for fonts, CSS font size for text sizes, border for property borders, padding for property for space inside border, and margin property for space outside the border. So this is how it works, and I want you to do this exercise. Use CSS to set the background color of the document to yellow, right? So you just need to tell, first pause it, attempt it, and then I'll tell you the answer. So now here you have to write body, and you have to do curly braces. Now we have to write background color, and then we have to close this. So this was the exercise, and using this the color will change to yellow of our background. So this is all HTML CSS was. If you want to learn CSS in detail, you could get my another course. So that's all for this lecture, and in the next lecture I'll be talking about HTML links, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone, in this lecture we'll be talking about HTML links. Links are found in nearly all web pages. Link allow users to click their way from page to page. So in HTML links, hyperlinks are used. HTML links are hyperlinks. You can click on link and jump to another document. When you move the mouse over a link, the mouse arrow will turn into a little hand. So a link does not have to be text. A link can be an image or any other HTML element, right? So we have already seen this in our anchor tag. Like we write a tag defines a hyperlink. We write a, then we write href. We put the URL here, but in the output we can't see the URL. We see something that link text, something else is written. The most important attribute of the A element is the href attribute, which indicates link's destination. The link text is the part that will be visible to the reader. Clicking on the link text will send the reader to specified URL address. Now let us see an example. We have already seen this. Till now the pace of this course was a little slow because everything was new to you. Now I guess we have understood a lot of things, and the pace could be, a little bit faster, so that your time would be saved. This example shows you, we have already seen this. So by default, links will appear as follows in the browser. An unvisited link is underlined and blue, a visited link is underlined and purple, and an active link is underlined and red. Now let us talk about HTML links, the target attribute. So by default, the link page will be displayed in the current browser window. To change this, you must specify another target for the link. The target attribute specifies where to open the link document. For example, if you are you when you go on websites, you click on a link. So there are some cases in which it opens in the same tab, and there are in some cases it opens in a new window, and in some cases to a new parent frame, or opens the document in the full body of the window. So we'll be seeing everything here. So target attribute can have the following one of the following values. One is self underscore self. So this is by default. It opens the document in the same window or tab as it was clicked. Now there is also blank. We have to use underscore blank. This is a target attribute value, right? Self blank parent top. So in blank, it opens the document in a new window or tab. In parent, it opens document in the parent frame. Top opens the document in full body of the window. Now use target blank to open linked document in a new browser window or tab. Right? Let us see. If I have a code something like this ahref and the target is blank. So what will happen? I'll go to W3 schools and it will take me to a new tab. Right? Now if I write here, I'll not write, I can write self. So what will happen in self? If I run this now, if I so it will open in this page only, right? If I and what were our other attributes? Parent and top. So if I write here parent, so it will open in the parent frame. Now if I click this visit W3 school, so it is opening in the parent frame, right? Now if I ask it to open in top, so now if I click this, so it will open in the top, right? So this is how you could use all the values, and by default it was blank. So this is how you could use different target values. So we have seen this. Now there are two cases, absolute URL versus relative URL. We have already discussed this. And in W3, relative URL basically a file that is present in your system, and you by the help of it you are opening. We have already discussed it, so we are skipping here. And HTML links use an image as a link. to use an image as a link, just put the img tag inside, and what you have to do, you just have to put all the source, the alternate text, and the style, how it should be styled, what should be width, and pixels. Now the image below is a link, try clicking on it. Now if I click on it, I'll go to W3 schools, right, this website. So this is how it works, image as a link. So what I did, this is a relative URL, default.asp, so it is taking me there. Now for example, if I write www.google.com, so the href, the link is this, the and I'll add the image source. We have already discussed in it, right, image, HTML image lecture. Now it will be used, it will take me to, there is some issue, sorry, we it can't find, let me show you, on VS Code. So if I go here and I type like this, so what will happen, this is a doc type HTML and image as a link, paragraph, there is ahref, now image source, now smiley gif will not appear because I don't have the file in my laptop yet. So now I'll open it with live server. So as you can see, if image is not there, alternate text will be there, and if I click this, cannot get google.com. Maybe I have to add https, all that stuff. So basically you have understood the concept. So you could also link to an email address, ahref mail to, you have to use this mail to, and you have to write the email ID of that person, and you could say send email. So what will happen, something this will open. If I click send email, so what will happen, someone at the rate example.com, to this person I could send email directly by clicking on it. If I click on this mail section opens, it is not installed yet, right, so it won't work, but this is how it works. So anchor tag have different href, you could also make phone calls, we'll also see in this links, and you could also navigate through it, you can open maps through it, and you can also use hyperlinks that are URLs. Now you can also use button as a link. Now how you can use button as a link, to use button as a link you have to add some JavaScript code. JavaScript allows you to specify what happens at certain events, right, such as a click of a button. So this is a different thing. Now what happens is that here, in, if I take HTML tutorial, so it will open w3schools.com. so what we have to do, we'll study this in detail, all the buttons and all. So we'll also click one button, on click, open this, right. So this is how it works, the linking. Now you could also link titles, the title attribute. For example, we have this HTML language US and everything is written. Now in the link it is given that w3schools.com. You could also link title, and you could write go to this section, visit our HTML tutorial. So visit our HTML tutorial, and this will take you to their HTML tutorial, right. Now let us see more on absolute URLs and relative URLs. We have already discussed this, so we can skip as of now. And this is the chapter summary for this: anchor tag, href target, image, mail to, etc, etc. And HTML anchor tag defines a hyperlink. Now we will see how we can link different colors. An HTML link is displayed in a different color depending on whether it has been visited, is unvisited, or is active. So an unvisited link is underlined and blue, a visited link is underlined and purple, and an active link is underlined and red. You might have seen this on Google, right? When you have there is history that you have been visited to this site, then it will show purple. Now we could also an unvisited link will be green with no underline, a visited link will be pink with no underline, an active link will be yellow and underlined. So what you can do, we could just add in style section, we'll just go to our head section, use the style element, and use everything. A link color should be this, and if A is visited, then all of these parameters should follow. And if there is an active link, so that in hover we can do, and in active we could set all these parameters. So we could let's try. So what will happen? It will change the color. So for example, this is the HTML images. So it will take me to here. Now what will happen? This is such a color. Now if it is visited, so it will change the color to pink. Now background is transparent and text decoration is none, right? If I run it again and I go here, now what will happen? As you can see, if when I click this, so it becomes yellow when it is an active link. So this is how it works. And you could, link colors using CSS. Now there are link buttons too. A link can also be styled as a button by using CSS. So when you use CSS, what you need to do, a link are visited, you can set that background color should be this, color should be this, padding should be this, text align, text decoration none, and display should be inline block. So this is the code. We'll be studying this in much detail in our CSS section. We'll just take a look here. So this is a link. So basically what we did, we created a button or an own. So for background color, we used this color, as I have taught you how to use a particular color. And in the next section, we have used the color of the text is to be white, and padding should be 15 pixel and 25 pixel. The text alignment should be in center, the text decoration should be none, and display should be inline block. We'll be discussing about inline block too, over and active, and if I click on this link, it will take me to something like this. So this is how it works, right? Now this is our HTML link tag. Now let us see the last topic of links, that is HTML links create bookmarks. So how can you create bookmarks? HTML links can be used to create bookmarks so that readers can jump to specific parts of web page. So how you can create a bookmark? Bookmarks can be very useful. If a web page is very long, to create a bookmark, first create the bookmark, then add a link to it. When the link is clicked, the page will scroll down or up to the location wherever the bookmark is there. So for that you need to use the ID attribute. So how you can use the ID attribute to create a bookmark? So for h2, if h2 says ID is c4 chapter 4, so chapter 4 will be written, and if I click on chapter 4, it will jump to chapter 4. Now I can also add a link to bookmark ahref, that is c4, hashtag c4, that is the ID of chapter 4, and jump to chapter 4. You can also add a bookmark to another page, right? Let us try. What will happen? For example, these are all the chapters. Chapter 1, chapter explains blah blah blah. Chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and till 23 chapters are there. But if I directly want to go on the fourth chapter, so I'll just click jump to chapter 4. It will take me to chapter 4. Now if chapter 10 is a far more down in the website, so I'll just click jump to chapter 10. It will take me to chapter 10. Now how it happens, we have to see. In paragraph we have to use ahref hashtag c4, and in c4 we'll do, when we'll be writing c4, we'll add a id over there c4, and in paragraph we'll write here paragraph ahref. So here we have a link to jump to chapter 4. So this is written in paragraph format, and what will happen, a link is there to jump to chapter 4, and we have the id for chapter 4, that is c4, and for id for chapter 10 is c10. So what will happen, if I click hashtag and c10 and I jump to chapter 10, so it will take me to chapter 10. This is how it works, right? So using the id attribute and href attribute, you could make these bookmarks. I want you to try this on your own. Add a link to bookmark on the same page with id my text. So how you will do, as we have seen, href and the id should be this hashtag and whatever the id is. So if we'll write href ahref here, now the id is my text, so we'll use hashtag and we'll write my text. So this is how you could do the bookmark. Now in the next section I'll be talking about HTML images. So this was the lecture for HTML links, and I hope you would have understood everything about the links. So I'll meet you in the next lecture and we'll discuss about HTML images. Thank you. Hello everyone, in this lecture we'll be discussing about HTML images. Images can improve the design and appearance of a web page and how you have to link it, what should be, in different screen sizes and in mobile, in desktop, in laptop, in different, devices, how your image is gonna come. So we'll discuss about that. So we have already discussed about this, how you can, the source of the image, and if image is not available, how you could use an alternate text in case the image is not there. For example, this is picture of trolley, but and width and height is set. We can also change the width and height to like 400 or something like this. So image will be like this. In case, let's say I have changed it, in case image is not available, so a image logo will come and the alternate text will come due to any reason. If image is not available, so this will happen, then alternate text will come. So we have already seen that in the previous lectures. So these are some more examples. Let us skip these. We have already discussed this HTML syntax tag, that is the source, the path, and the alternate text for the image, the source attribute and the alternate text attribute. So we are just skipping this. We have already discussed the width and height of the image. So you could also use the style attribute and set the width and height of the image according to your needs. So width and height or style, so what you need to do, the width, height, and style attributes are all valid in HTML. However, I suggest you use style attribute. It prevents style sheets from changing the size of the images. So what you have to do, instead of putting width and height, just you could write style width 128 pixel and height 128 pixel. So what will happen? Let us see. In this style sets the width of all images to 100%. Now width is 100%. Now if I write something like this, width 128, height 128. So as you can see, the first image uses the width attribute to 128 pixel, but the style in the head section overrides it and sets the width to 100%. So the width is made 100%. 100% means this width, the horizontal distance till the page ends, is the width, right? If we do something like this, so width increases like more. So what we need to do, the second image uses the style attribute to set the width to 128 pixel. This will not be overridden by style in the head section. So if we write something like this, that width 128 pixel and style 128 pixel, so it won't be a problem for us. But if we write something like width like 100% in the style section at element, so that will be very difficult and we'll get wrong results. So this is how you should do. Now images in another folder, so you could just paste the address of the subfolder to before your file name. Basically this is a path, the source attribute. If you have image on another server or website, what you can do, you could directly paste the URL of the picture into your source section, image src, and you could paste the whole URL. Now there are some animated images too. HTML allows animated GIFs. For that, what you can do, you could just like this GIF is moving. So what you can do, image source, if it is GIF, whether it is PNG, JPEG, and all the standard image formats, HTML supports that, and you could also use GIF. Now you could also use image as a link. To use an image as a link, put the image tag inside the a tag. Now what you need to do, first you need to do the anchor tag href. Here's a relative URL default.asp, image source is smiley this, and alternate text is this. Now what will happen, this image will take you to W3 schools that is listed here. So this default ASP is it is w3schools.com. Now image floating, use the CSS float property to let the image float to the right or the left of a text. How it can do, first we need to study the syntax. All the syntax is same. In the paragraph we have used image smiley gif and alternate text smiley face, style float, float towards right, and in the next we have float towards left. So the image will float to the right of the text and image will float to the left of the text. So what will happen, this image is on the right of the text. So what we did, the image tag was there, and we told it that the style is float and it should float in right, and in this we told it should float in left, so you could see the syntax and note it down. So this is how you could use HTML image in image floating. And but this is all CSS topics, so this will be discussed in detail in the CSS section, not right now. So let us now go to image maps. So HTML image maps. With HTML image maps, you can create clickable areas on the image. For example, you could click on this image and move to another link. HTML map tag defines an image map. An image map is an image with the clickable areas. The areas are defined with one or more area tags. Try to click on computer, phone, or the cup of the copy in the image. Right? If I click on laptop, it will take me to computer, something like this. If I click on this mobile phone, it will take me to phone section of the website. If I click on this coffee, so what will happen? It will take me to the coffee section, another website. So what will happen? It is one single image, but if I click on laptop, it will take me to another website. If I click on this phone, it will take me to another website, and if I click on this coffee, it will take me to another website. So what is to be done? So basically the HTML source code for the map is this. So we'll study this. First let us understand how does it work. The idea behind an map image is that you should be able to perform different actions depending on where in the image you click. To create an image map, you need an image and some HTML code that describes the clickable areas. The image is inserted using the img tag. The only difference from other images is that you must use map attribute, right? So use map is like work map. You have to use this attribute. The use map value starts with a hashtag followed by the name of the image map and is used to create a relationship between the image and the image map. Now let us create an image map. Then add a map element. The map element is used to create an image map and is linked to the image by using required name attribute. For example, map name is equal to work map. The name attribute must have the same value as the image's use map attribute, right? So whatever we used over here, use map, work map, that should be, it may sound a little bit confusing and fast, but don't worry, we'll be practically applying everything here. You'll understand by the end of the video. The areas, then we have to add the clickable areas. A clickable area is defined using an area element. So shape, you must define the shape of the clickable area. So it might be rectangle, it might be circle, it might be polygonal regal, or it might be default, that is defines entire region. So if I say shape is rectangle, then I need to find the coordinates of the shape, till where is the rectangle will go. So it comes in, the coordinate comes in pairs. Like for example, the coordinates are 34 and 44 for this particular point, and for this particular point we have this. So basically we need 2 points, and from that we could just make a rectangle. So what will happen? Area shape is rectangle, and we'll just put our coordinates. So in the first it was 34 and 44, and in the next here it was 270 and 350. So basically diagonal, if you select these 2 points or this point and this point, so you'll able to create a rectangular area. Here in area shape you can select rectangle and select the coordinates, these and href computer.html. So in which link should you go by clicking on this? So this is the area, these are the area of the coordinates. If you click on this, it will take you to computer.html, this page. Now if you want to create a circle, so first locate the coordinates of the center of the circle, right? So the center of the circle is this, the coordinates are 337 and 300. Then we have to specify the radius of the circle. So in this we have taken 44 pixels. So from center to the circumference of the circle, the radius is 44 pixels. So we have the radius is 44 pixel. So for example, we'll use area shape is equal to circle coordinates, first the center coordinates, then we will add the radius coordinate. So 337 300 represents the center coordinates, and 44 represents 44 pixels represents the radius of the circle, and href is coffee.htm. If you click on this coffee, so it will take you to a coffee web page. Now the shape is poly, so it might contain several points, and any shape could be formed. So what you need to do, you could like find multiple coordinates and you could list all these coordinates. Like for example, you could list all these coordinates. So you will have a defined a particular area. So it's one of the hard working tasks that you need to find the coordinates each and every point. And if you find all the points, then you link uh, croissant.html, and if you click on this croissant, you will go to something like that. A clickable area manager can also be used for this. Let us just check this out. If you want to try once, you could see this. So what will happen, image map is this. Now we have map name is food map. So while placing our image source, we have to define use map, and here we'll use a id, that is food map. Now map name is food map, and we'll uh, you know put all the coordinates over here. So this id should be same when you use in use map, food map, and name, map name food map. So this should be same, all the coordinates are placed, alternate text is there, and href is given, that is which site it will redirect me to go. So if I click on this croissant, so it will take me to this website, right? This was the image maps website. If I click over here, nothing will happen. But if I click over here, so it will take me to a web page, that is croissant, and it will take me about tell me about that. So this is how it, the image map and JavaScript. A clickable area can also trigger a JavaScript function. Add a click event to the area element to execute a JavaScript function. Right, this is all the JavaScript code. We have to use the script element. We'll not be discussing it here. You'll have a separate course in which you'll be learning, the full development course. In that you'll contain all the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if you do that course, you'll be having all the necessary details, and you'll learn everything how to create a like good website, dynamic website, something like that. So the chapter summary is that map element is used to define an image map. The area element is to use to define the clickable areas in the image map. Use the HTML use map attribute of the img element to point to an image map, right? Now specify a legal value for anything. So any legal value could work, like rectangle, circle, something like that. So for rectangle we use rect. So we need to know this. So these are all the image tags: img, map, area, and picture. So now let us study background images. So HTML, a background image can be specified for almost any HTML element. Background image on a HTML element, so it will use some CSS property, style, right? Like we used to write background color, we'll just write background image, and then we'll write URL, and in bracket and in single inverted commas we'll write the URL or maybe the file of the image. So let us see. If I write something like this, so the text that is written, that will have background image, right? So this is how it will work, and full image is not being loaded because text is only this much. So the paragraph style could be done like this. So a background image can be added. You just have to, you are adding it in a particular image, so in a particular paragraph. So this paragraph will only have a background image. If you want this to have in your whole web page, so what you need to do, just copy this and paste it in your body. So what will happen, it will, this is coming again, so let me just cancel this. Now if I run this, so what will happen, this is the background image. I have pasted the URL written, and then the source of the image, and in this everything is written over here. So I don't need to worry, and this is how background image function works. Like we used to do background color, and this is how we could use background image. We would also use in style element also, like we used to do background color, same as background image. Now background image on a page, I just showed you how you could put this in body, and you could do. Now if you want to repeat a background, you want such a background, so what you need to do, First, background repeat. If you don't want to repeat, so you could set the background repeat, no repeat. Now if you want to stretch the background or you want to do something like that, so you could use all the attributes here and some target values of those. So background sketch, if you want the background image to stretch perfectly fine in irrespective of how the image will look like, so what you can do, background size you could do 100%, 100%. So in this case, what will the web page will completely have the image, it will stretch the image. So this is how it works. Now let us go back. Now we have to study the picture element. The HTML picture element allows you to display different pictures for different devices or screen sizes. For example, if you are opening a web page in a laptop or you are opening it in a phone, so the screen size is different. So the HTML picture element gives developer more flexibility in specifying image resources. The picture element contains one or more source elements, each referring to different images through the src set source set attribute. This way of the browser can choose the image that best fits the current view, right? So what you need to do, you just need to put this. So for different screen size, what you need to do, in some minimum width is 650 pixels, in something there are 465 pixels, something like that, you know. Now if you want to resize, so it's a hassle. So instead of that, what you can do, you could just, if you have a small screen, it is not necessary to load a large image file. The browser will use the first source element with matching attribute values and ignore any of the following elements. Now there is format support. Some browsers or devices may not support all image format, but by using pictures element you can add images of all format, whether it is PNG, JPG, something like that, right? And in style, what you need to do, you need to set the width to auto. So what will happen if you set the width to auto? So it will take accordingly to that. If I set to width like this, so it will, because it is a you know laptop, so it will do like this. If I open this in you know mobile or desktop, something like that, so it will show me a different picture. Now these are the image tags, we have already discussed this. So you just need to be careful with this child, and you have to write width is equal to auto. So by doing this, so first you need to specify this meta name is equal to viewport content width. Now the content, all the content is with his device width, and initial scale you have to take 1. So you just have to learn this and write this whenever you follow this code, and by using this you will be able to use the picture element. So this is how you could use the picture element, and image of any format could be used. So that's all for this. We have already understood what are images map, and different things for background images, the picture element. So this is how we could learn everything and implement all this. Now what we, in the next lecture we'll be learning HTML favicon. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this lecture, we'll be discussing HTML favicon. So basically, what is favicon? It is basically a small image that is displayed next to a page title in browser tab. Like for example, if you ever have opened a tab in your Chrome or something, browser. So this image, this is favicon image that is displayed to the left of the page title in the browser tab like this. So how we can create this? It is very simple. It will just take 2 minutes to understand. So what we need to do, first we need to go on our code, and inside the head section when we write the title, so the title will come out whatever we need to write on our tab, the heading of it. Now we need to use this syntax. We'll use link relation. So rel relation is icon, we have to mention this. Now what is the type of the image? So we just need to write type image slash x icon, and then we have to put the href link, the url of the image. So this is how we could do, right? And favicon file format support. So in Edge, Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Safari, every type of image is supported. You could see everything is yes. So this is how you could use link, and you could just make a favicon out of this. In the next lecture I'll be discussing page title, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone, in this video we'll be discussing HTML page title. It is a very small topic, we have already discussed this. Every web page should have a page title to describe the meaning of the page. The title element adds a title to your page. So what you need to do, so in browser, whenever you see a tab like this and something, a title is written on the tab, so how does it come? You need to write the code first, and in the head section, after you write HTML, you just go to the head section, and in head section you add a title tag. The title tag is there, and then you write your, whatever the title is, then you close the title tag, and then you write all the content of your body and everything. So the title element defines a title in a browser toolbar, provides a title for the page when it is added to favorites. Whenever you bookmark something or add it to favorites, it also displays a title for the page in search engine results. So when how search engine works, it usually takes a title and it search by the title. So this is the title tag, and in the next lecture I'll be discussing HTML tables in depth, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Hello everyone. In this lecture, we'll be understanding what are the HTML tables and how you can create tables in your web page. So this is going to be a long lecture. So sit tight and let's see. So HTML tables allow web developers to arrange data into rows and columns. So if you want to create a table like this on your web page, so how you can do that? So for that, first you need to define an HTML table. A table in HTML consists of table cells inside rows and columns. Let us take an example. So this is how a code looks. So first you need to write the table tag and you need to end it. What is tr, th? We will discuss all that, everything, right? So now let us talk about table cells. So each table cell is defined by a td start tag and a td end tag. So td stands for table data. Everything between the start tag of the td and end tag of the td are the content of the table cells. So for example, if you want to make a table like this, so you Emil, Tobias, Linus, whatever is written, it is written in a cell. So basically each cell is td. You can see the example. Each cell each cell is td. Now let us see. A table cell can contain all sorts of HTML tags, like text, images, list, link, others, other table, etc. Now coming to table rows, each table row starts with a tr and end with a end tr tag. Now tr stands for table row. If you want to create two rows, so first, in the first row, this is this, like tr, and you have closed the first row. So in the first row, three names will be printed. Now comes the second row, and in this, three names will be printed. You can see. So this is the table styling of table. You could do like that. Table style is equal to width, that is 100%. Now you, in the first, this is the first row. If you write tr, so you write in the first row. So first row is what? Emil, Tobias, Linus. So Emil, Tobias, Linus, this is the first row. And in the, then you initiate a second row, that is uh, tr. Then for each element you have to enter td. For example, if I want to make a new row, third row in this, so what I need to do, I will type td. Let us close this also, and let me just copy so that I could place my data quickly. Now what I have to do, for example, I write 1, 2 and 3 in this, and let me also close this with a tr ending tag. So now, so 1, 2, 3 will be a table row in this. So this is how you could create a table. Understood? So now what we have to do, so you can have as many rows as you like, just make sure that the number of cells are in the same row, are same. There are times where a row can have less or more cells than another. You will learn about this in later chapter, right? Now coming to table headers, sometimes you want your cells to be table headers. In those cases, use the th tag instead of td tag. So what you will do, th stands for table header. So if you want to if you want a header cell, so as you create a row, so you will not write td, you will here write th stands for header cell, and in the rest you will write td. So this is how a table header looks like: person 1, person 2, person 3, like this. I'll also show you some examples for table. So let us say this is our HTML code, this is our body, table border is 1. Now there is, you know here is row tr, and then we have closed the tr, and in this td is there, td is there, right? And don't worry for the row span or t head, we'll be understanding each and everything. This is how a table code looks in VS Code, some things like this. All right, now let us go back and understand. So this was basic. Now let us see how we can add table borders. So adding table borders is very easy. What you need to do, you can use the CSS border property on table, th and td elements. So how you can write, you can write table comma th comma td, and you could tell border should be like 1 pixel, it should be solid, and the color should be black. So if you do like this, so you could create such a border, right? Now you have collapsed table borders too. So set the CSS border collapse property to collapse. Now how you could do? So first you will define the table th and td. The border should be 1 pixel solid black. Now you will tell border collapse. The value of this will be collapse. So here, as we have told you that in the head section, first you go to the style section, then you go to table th and td, you set the border, you set the border collapse value, set it to collapse. Now what will happen? No double lines will come, only single line will come. So this is how it works. Now you could also style table borders. If you set a background color of each cell and give the border a white color, the same as document background, you'll get an impression of an invisible border, right? If you want to create such a border, so what you need to do, you'll just tell that the border should be 1 pixel solid white. Now earlier these were black lines, now these are white lines, and border collapse, set it to collapse. And th and td, the background color, you could set the background color. We have already understood in the color section of HTML how color has to be taken. So if we do like this, so as you can see, what we have done in the style section, we have gone there and wrote table th and td. The border section is 1 pixel solid white, and then border collapse is collapse. Also th and td, the background color is this. So this is how you could style it, and then you could write your table. So this is how the table will come, and it will look neat and clean. So this is how it works. Now coming to round table borders, what you can do with border radius property, the borders get rounded. So what you need to do, you just need to again go to the style section in the head, and this is basically internal CSS. As we have discussed in the HTML CSS lecture, that table THTD border is 1 pixel solid black, border radius is 10 pixel. So if we read border radius something, so it will give us roundness. If I set it to 5 pixel, so what will happen? They will be less round. If I set it to 20 pixels, so they will be more round. If I set it to 10 pixel, so they will be like this. So you need to go to the head section, you need to add style, and then in table th and td, for example, you don't want these sections to be rounded, you want only the table, that outermost line, to be rounded. So what you will do, you will just remove this from here and you will run like this. So now these are we have selected here, so border radius, that's why lines are gone, else you will have the lines over here. So this is how you could do table th and td. You could set the border and the border radius. Border radius will help you to get rounded borders. So this is how you could do this. And let us say if you want dotted table borders. So what dotted table borders, what you could do with the border style property. Now here you will use border style property. You can set the appearance of the order border. right? So these are the values allowed. So dotted is allowed, dashed is allowed, solid is allowed. Solid is basically straight line. Double is allowed, groove is allowed, ridge is allowed, inset is allowed, outset, none, and hidden. So what you have to do, you have to THTD border style. You'll use the property border style here, and if you want a dotted border, just give the property dotted. Now let us talk about border color. With the border color property, see these are borders and you have different properties for it. So we have learned till now how to like add a border. So you could use this border property. You could also use border collapse property. You could also write background color and roundness. Now you could also make dotted, dashed, solid, and these kinds of borders. So you could use it with border style. Now border colors also come. Border color is also a property. You can set the color of the border, whether you wanted blue, yellow, red, or any other color. So these were all the borders, right? So these are all the CSS border value. We'll learn in detail in the CSS course, not right now. So use the correct CSS border values to create a solid black 3 pixel border on a table. So what we'll do, we'll just say 3 pixel, 3 pixel solid black. That's all we have to write, and we have to just insert the commas. So this is how you could write the answer. Now let us come to table sizes. So HTML tables can have different sizes for each column, row, or the entire table. Such a table could be created, such a table, or maybe a table like this, depending on the need. So first, let us talk about HTML table width. To set the width of a table, add a style attribute to the table element. So what we have to do, we'll set the style, the width to 100%. What will happen now? The first row. In the first row, you have this table head. Instead of TD, we will write TH as it is a header, and then we'll write TD in all the details. So we'll style and width will set to 100% so that the table is taking all the space on the web page, and it is written clearly. Now using a percentage as the size for a unit using a percentage as the size unit for a width means how wide will this element be compared to its parent element, which in this case the body element. So what you need to do, to set the size of a specific column, add the style attribute on a th or td element. With this, what you can do, table style is equal to width 100%. Now for th, you could also style width should be 70%. So let us see if you, so now the table was set for width to 100%, but here what we did, table style width will be 100%, but the header in the first name, the first section, the first cell of this row, it should have width of 70%. So it took 70% area, and these are all in less area. So this is how you could set the first column to 70% of the table width. So what you need to do, you need to just go to the th section and style, and that is width is equal with 70%, right? Now let us talk about HTML table row height. So what you need to do, to set the height of a specific row, add the style attribute on a table row element. So what you can do, you could set the height of a second row to 200 pixels. So this was the first row, it was written normally. In the second row, what we did, we set the height of the second row to 200 pixels. So what will happen, such a row will be obtained like in this is see, this is the first row, this is the second row. So the height of second row is now 200 pixels as we wrote over here. So this is the second row. The first row was this first name, last name, age, and the second row has a height of 200 pixels, and the third row and fourth row are normal. So this is how you could increase the height of any particular row. Now this was all for table sizes. Now let us talk about table headers. HTML tables can have headers for each column or row, or for many columns or rows. So like you could have headers like these, or maybe in a column if you need header, in a column or in both you need, or only if you need a header, just a header for all the three columns. So how you can use it, we'll just see. HTML table headers. Table headers are defined with th elements. Each th element represents a table cell. So this is first name, last name, age, and these are all the data. Now vertical table headers. What you can do, if you need to use first column as table headers, so what you need to do, define the first cell in each row as a th element. See, this is the first row. In first row, the first column, the first cell is a th element, the rest two are td. And in the second row also, the first is th and the rest of the two are td. And similarly in the third row. So what will happen? The first column is now a header, vertical table headers. As you know, when we talk of the table, if we talk vertically like this, up and down, so this is known as column, and if we talk horizontally, left to right or right to left, that is known as a row. So this is how table headers work. You could also align table headers. By default, table headers are bold and centered. To left align, you could use the css text align property. That is, you could go to the style section and write th text align left. How? Let's see. So what you need to do, first you need to write, you need to go to the head section, you need to go to style. Now you will say table th, and this is all border and border collapse. Let us talk about th, that is the main thing. So here you have written th text align is equal to left, so all the header section will come to the left th. If I say shift it to right, so it will shift it to right. If I say shift it to center, so it will shift to the center. So this is how you could align your table headers. Now you can have header for multiple columns. So for having multiple columns, what you need to do, so you need to use call span attribute on the th element. So like, if you want name to be written over two columns, so when the first row has only two columns, so now what you will do, now here let's see this. So name is written over two columns and age is written over only one column. So we want such like that, if we write name in the first cell, then it should write second cell there, right, over the like 1 2 3, if we count like this, and 1 2. So what we need to do, we need to use the call span function. So table style width is 100%. Now if we talk about this tr, now what will happen, th call span is equal to 2. So call span basically will what do, this name will come over two columns. It will take the place of one cell, and it will also take the place of another cell next to it. So call span is equal to 2. So this is how you can write it, a header that spans two columns like this. Now there are also table captions. You can add a caption that serves as a heading for the entire table. Monthly savings, like this, right. And one more thing, so for this you just need to do write caption before beginning any row or anything, table header or something like that. You just begin with table and write caption, and whatever you need to write, just write it there, and such a table will be, you can observe that. Now what happens is that when you have studied a function like call span, so there is something like a row span too, right? So what will happen, if like for example, you are writing name over here over two columns. If you want to write something like, instead of Jill and Eve, only one cell would be there, so for that you could use row span. I could show you with this example. Here I am using row span is equal to 4. For example, let me just open this with the live server. Like, in the all four columns, company founder is written. If you want to create such a table, so what you need to do, you need to use the row span function, right? It is very easy. And you could also use t head for writing a header of the body. Instead of th, you could also write all the t head. So this is the first row in which you could write. So table can also be divided into t head and t body. So just be careful with this, and then you can create tr in the rows. And in t head you don't need to create a row, because in t head it is already act as one row. So this is how it works. We can also see some other examples also. Row span, how row span works. This is a easy one, like row 1 cell 1. So it is written like this. So if we see the code of this, so how it is written. So in the first column it is written column 1, column 2, column 3, and now here we have written row span is equal to 2. So it will take 2 rows, and in the next we will write only 2 for 2 cells. So as you can see, in the next we have only written for 2 cells, and in this we have got row 1 and cell 1 for 2 rows. So this is how it works. We have already seen this example, and you could make like a lot of tables like this using row span and col span. If you practice some of the questions like this, you'll be able to make tables very nicely and clearly. So you can see all the code. So this is the code, and you could create such a table, even a complex table. So now let us talk about padding and spacing. So with padding, what happens is that, you know, each cell is divided and a lot of space is there, and text is written. You can write it, you can align the text whether you want to align it at left, right, or center. Here it is aligned in center. With spacing, you can do such things that you will find a lot of space in the table. So now what will happen if you want HTML table cell padding? Cell padding is the space between the cell edges and the cell content. By default, the padding is set to 0. To add padding on table cells, use the CSS padding property. So THTD, you could do padding 15 pixel, right? You could also, do padding top, padding bottom, padding left, padding right. So what you could do, you could just use the CSS style sections, and you could use TH and TD. Now here you are using padding top 10 pixels, padding bottom 20 pixel, padding left 30. So what will happen like that, padding top. So here it is 10 pixel, bottom it is 20 pixel, from left it is 30 pixel, and from right it is 40 pixel. So this is how it works. You could also, do padding. Now let us talk about spacing. So cell spacing is the space between each cell. By default, the space is set to 2 pixels. To change the space between table cells, use the CSS border spacing property on the table element, like we discussed for all the, border colors and everything. We could also use for border spacing 30 pixels. Now let us talk about col span and row span. So if you need to create something like this, you know you could use col span and row span. So col span is basically for covering multiple columns. Like for example, here Fiesta is covering, see, for name it is covering what, 2 columns. So it, if here we will use col span. In April it is covering 3 rows. So here we will use row span. In Fiesta it is covering 2 columns and 2 rows. So here we will use both col span and row span. So now row span, now we'll see a example. So what happens is that if you want something like that, name Jill and he has 2 phone numbers. So here we need to add row span. So first we'll write the first column normally. Here name and phone is given in th, because this is header in the first column. So don't worry about that. But in the next row, what we have to do, we have to write th row span is equal to 2 phone, because there are 2 phone numbers. So you'll write normally, and in the next row what you need to do, you just need to write one more phone number that will come automatically here. This phone number will not come over here below the phone. Why? Because we have already written row span is equal to 2 here, right? So this is how it works. So this is how you could use row span and col span. Now let us talk about HTML table styling. So for styling, what you need to do, HTML table zebra stripes. So for zebra stripes, what you need to do, you need like white in one color, in the another row you have like some color, then in the next row you have white color. So alternate colors are there. So what you can do, you can write tr nth child even. So what you need to do, you need to just remember this. If you write you go to the style section. This is all the CSS part, but still we are discussing it here. So if you go to table and you write border collapse, and collapse width is 100%, th and td text align is left, padding is 8 pixels, and for tr nth child even, you can choose for even. So second, fourth and sixth row like this it will be there. If you choose odd over here, so first, third and fifth row will be, the background color will be shifted to this. If you want some different color for even, so what you can do, you could just copy this, right? You could just copy this and you could write here for even. Now just change the background color to, let's say, tomato. So if you use odd instead of even, the styling will occur on 135 etc instead of 246. You could also do in for vertical straps. See, when you were doing in rows, so you were using tr, right? Now if you want to do for vertical stripes, so what you need to do, you need to do for td, right? For td you need to do like this. Now if you want to combine vertical and horizontal zebra stripes, so you just need to go and write tr even and th also even. For that, that is why, because it was header, the first column was header. And you could also select td to be even. So now this is how, if you want such a output, so you just need to go tr and td and just set to both even, either both even or both odd, and then you can fix the background color. You could write it. See, we discussed this in HTML colors, RGBA. So this is how you could use background colors, and you could, all the data and code is written over here. You could feed the data and make tables out of it. So this is how it works. Now there are some horizontal dividers also, first name, last name, savings. There are some, such divisions, but there is no vertical division. So if you specify borders only at bottom of each row, you will have a table with horizontal dividers. Add the border bottom property to tr. So what you need to do, you need to go to again styling section and set tr border bottom property 1 pixel solid and DDD. So what will happen? Only horizontal lines will come and no vertical lines will come. And hoverable table. So for this, use the hover. So you could use the hover, and when you take mouse over this, so what will happen? It will change the color to blue. If you like take your cursor over here, so it will change. So hoverable means if you take cursor over here, so it will change its background color. So now what will happen? What you have to do, you have to write tr hover background color, this particular color, right? So when I place my mouse over here, so the background color will change. So this is how you could use hover element in this table row. This is how you could do this. You can see from here tr hover background color, this. So this is how it works. Now let us talk about the last topic, HTML table call group. So the call group element is used to style specific columns of a table. In this, if you want to style two first columns of a table, use the call group and call elements. So here you could if you want to style two, so what you could do, you could call group. So each group is called a call element, each column. So it is used as a container call group. So what you could do, you could write call group and then you'll write call span is equal to 2. So what will happen, these two rows, these two columns, sorry, these two columns will be in the background color of whatever color you wrote here, and then you have to close the call group. So the call group tag must be a child of table element and should be placed before any t-head, tr, td, but after the caption. See, when you create a table, the next should be caption if you want to write it, and after caption you can use call group, and after that t-head, tr and td, something like that. Now there are some legal CSS properties. There is only a very limited selection of CSS properties that are allowed to be used in the call group. So only width, visibility, background and border properties are used in the CSS. Now there are multiple call, right? So for multiple call groups, what you could do, first call group, the span is 2, and for the next call group the span is 3. So the first two will be of this color and the next three will be of pink color. So this is how you could create call groups and add different CSS things like font, background color, text color, width, and etc etc. Now there are also some empty call groups with no style. So if you want to style columns in the middle of a table, insert a empty call element with no styles, right? For example, in the first three, you don't need anything. So what you need to do, if you don't need to style these three, but you have to mention it here that call span is equal to 3, don't style anything, don't give them anything, any background color or any text color. But the next call span 2, so basically you have to group columns. In the first three you don't need anything, in the next two you need pink color in the background. So you'll do call span is equal to 2, and you'll set the style is equal to background color to pink. Now you can also hide columns also. So you could choose the visibility and write collapse over there. So what will happen, the three columns, like the first two columns are visible, and the next three columns here in the style we wrote visibility collapse. So the column Wednesday, Thursday and Friday collapsed and they are hidden, and now they are not visible to us as the visibility is collapsed. So you could use this property, and here we complete all the tables of HTML. So this was a long topic and I hope you would have understood to create nice tables and all the CSS properties also. We have discussed a lot of CSS properties in this HTML course, so that's why it became a little bit long. Don't worry, in the next lecture we'll be learning HTML lists, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, in this video we'll be discussing about HTML lists. So HTML list allow web developers to group a set of related items in a list. Now there are two kind of lists, one is unordered and one is ordered. So unordered is basically which have bullet points or arrows or something like that, that doesn't have an order, that something is first or second or third or fourth. But an ordered list is opposite of unordered list, that it has 1 2 3 4 numbering like this. So an unordered list starts with a UL tag. When you have to create an unordered list, so you have to start with an UL tag, unordered list, that is UL, and each list item starts with LI tag. So what you need to do if you want to create an unordered list, so first for creating an unordered list, what you need to do first, you here what you will do, you will write UL, and for each every word for every item in the list, what you will do, you will use the li tag. So what you need to do, in ul you have started and then you are adding this. Now if I write tag here and I write iced tea and I close this here, so what will happen, iced tea is added as a item in this list. So this is an unordered list, so we'll begin with ul and for each item we'll write li. So this is how list works. Now let us talk about ordered HTML list. So for ordered HTML list, everything is same, you just need to write ol here. So what will happen, and each list item will be li. So in this 1 2 3 a such list will come because it is an ordered list. So this is how it works. And you could also give description list also. A description list is a list of terms with a description of each item. So what happens is that the DL tag defines the description list and the DT tag defines the term, the name, and the DD tags describes each item. So for example, if you want to create a description list, so what you need to do, first you need to write DL. So first you will write DL and then you'll write DT. DT will do what? It will you write the name of the item, and DD tag will describe the uh, the name which is written. Now for example, if I want to create one more such list, so what I'll do, I'll write DL, I'll start with DL, I also have to close DL, so I'll close it and all the code will be written between this. So now what will happen, now if I want to write DT, so DT will, first I have to write the name. So what name should I write? Let us say coffee milk is done. Let us say I write here iced tea. And now what I have to do, I have to close this. I will close this name, and then what I have to do, I have to give the description about this iced tea. So it is chilled beverage, let's say, and then close the description tag also. So what I'll do, I have written the name of this and I have written. So as you can see, if I run this, so what will happen, a new list has occurred. That is the name of the item is iced tea and the description of that is indented. Four spaces are left, and then here it is. So this is how a description list works. Now let us study in details how unordered list works. So unordered list, we have already understood the basic concept. And what you can do in unordered list, you can also choose the list item marker, whether it should be disk, circle, square, or something like that. So what you need to do, you just need to this is a CSS thing, that the list style type properties used to define the style of the item marker. So this is our CSS part, but you can have a look over here. We'll discuss this in CSS section. That the list style type. So what you need to do, you just have to go to the unordered list, and here you can use the style attribute, and you could write list style type, and that is disk. So if you see, so it will be disk. Now if I type, instead of disk I want square, I don't want this disk, I want it to be square. So if I run, so now square will come. And if I write I want circle, so here now circle will, list style type will come in unordered list. You could also use circle, square, and you could also set to none also. Now there are some nested HTML list also. Nested HTML list works something like this, that a list is here copy, then a list is here t. Now t has two options. In the unordered list, what you can do, here a list was there, and inside a list there is another list. These four lines contain another list. So how it will show, like first there was coffee, the first item was coffee, then another item was tea, then another unordered list was created here, so it will be intended. And here tea are of two types, so black tea and green tea, something like this. And the third item in the list is milk. So this is how you could create nested lists also. Now there are some horizontal lists with CSS. This is all our CSS part. You can have a look over here, but it is not in HTML. So in unordered list, you could, list style type you could mention in one place, margin, padding, overflow, background color, etc., etc. So these are all the things that you can do. So now let us also talk about ordered list. So ordered HTML list, we have already discussed the OL tag and the LI tag. So we have already seen this example. Now if we talk about ordered list, so what you could do, there are numbers, there will be uppercase letter, lowercase letter, and there can be uppercase Roman numbers and lowercase Roman numbers. So you just have to tell the type. If you type is equal to 1, so what will happen, the list items will be numbered with numbers by default. If you write type is equal to A, the list items will be numbered with uppercase letters. If you write type is equal to small a, then what will happen, the list items will be numbered with lowercase letters. If we talk about type 1, we write I in capital, so the list items will be numbered with uppercase Roman number. And with small I type, what will happen, the list items will be numbered with lowercase Roman numbers. So if you write type is equal to 1, so 1 2 3 will come. If we write with uppercase letter, so you could see A B C, this will appear. If you write OL, type is equal to A here. Now let's say if I write, if I copy all this, and if I change this and I write to small a, so what will happen, ABC in small letters will be written. If I type here, I have to write capital I here, so in Roman numbers it will be printed. If I type small I here, so what will happen, in small Roman numbers our ordered list will be created. So this is how it works, all the ordered list. So I've already told you this. Now you could control list counting. By default, an ordered list will start counting from 1. If you want to start a counting from a specified number, you could also use the start attribute. For example, now as you have seen, it would, or by default it would start like 1 2 3. So now if I tell OL start is equal to 50, so the list will start with 50, 51, 52. If I tell it to start it with 100, so what will happen? It will be 100, 101 and 102. So such a list can also be created. In Roman numbers also you can see the type is capitalized, so that stands for uppercase Roman numbers. And what you can do, if you want it to start from 50, it will, L is for 15 Roman numbers. If you want like 10, so in Roman numbers 10, 11, 12 is written something like this. So you could also use the start attribute. Now there are also HTML, nested HTML list. We have already discussed this in unordered list, how it works. So this was the list. Now let us talk about HTML other list. So we have already talked about the description list. So this is all, and if this is all for this section, and I'll meet you in the next section. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video we'll be discussing how HTML video works. So the video element is used to show a video on a web page. For example, you see something like this, a video like this on some web page. So how it works, how the sound control works, full screen and other options, like you can download it, playback speed and everything. So we'll learn in this video how you can place a video in your web page. So what you need to do, first you need to use the video element, and you need to tell the width and height of the video, and then you will write controls. We need to understand first how it works. So what we need to do, we'll go to this code. So the syntax of this code states that first we have to begin with the video tag, then we have to write the width and the height of the video, and then we'll write controls over here. So now what will happen if we write controls over here? So all these controls, play, pause, the sound control, the full screen control, and all these controls will come automatically on your own. So you just need to type controls over here, and when you have written this video, you just have to write then source. Then what is the source? That is src, the attribute tag, and then we have to put our video file. This file may be present anywhere in your server or in your desktop or a PC. So what you need to do, you need to just write it here, movie.mp4, and then you have to tell its type. So here in type you can write type is equal to video slash mp4. So when you write this, and your browser does not support the video tag, um, so whether it may be mp4 or ogg, something like this, so when you run something like this, so a video will be there. Now let us see some more controls. So the control attribute adds controls like play, pause and volume. As I told you, it is a good idea to always include width and height attributes. If height and width are not set, the page might flicker while the video loads. Now the source element. The source element allows you to specify alternative video files which the browser may choose from. The browser will use the first recognized format. So if you have written mp4 at the first, then mp4 file will be played. The text between the video and starting video tag and end video tags will only be displayed in browsers that do not support the video element. So video element is used there. Now let us talk about autoplay. You might have seen in websites, what happens is that when you load a website, a video appears on a screen and you don't press the play button, and still the video starts playing. So what you can do, you could write autoplay. Now when video is written, width is written, and you have written autoplay here, and rest of the code is same, the source, the ending of the video tag, etc, etc. So what will happen if you run such thing? So this video will be automatically played on its own because we have written autoplay here. So the video will automatically play on its own. Now there's a note that Chromium browsers do not allow autoplay in most cases. However, muted autoplay is always allowed. So you could also add muted after autoplay to let your video starts playing automatically, but it is muted. So what you can do, write the same code, just write muted in after autoplay. So what will happen, your video will play, but it will play muted. So this is how you could play videos. So now there are browsers which support the video element. So almost all of the browsers support the video element, and these are the all the HTML video formats that are supported on different browsers you can see here. Now talking about HTML video types, it could be MP4, WebM, and OGG. So HTML video methods, properties, and events. So this is play, pause, big, small, normal. So you could use this making JavaScript. This we'll discuss in the JavaScript course, not here. Now these are all the HTML video tags, that is video source, and you could track also. Track defines text tracks in media players. So this is how you can put a video on your website. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this lecture, we'll be discussing about HTML audio. So the HTML audio element is used to play an audio file on a web page. The HTML audio element, as we have studied about the video element in the previous lecture. So here in audio element, almost everything is same. So what you need to do, first you'll use the audio tag and then you will write controls. Now you could select the source of the audio file and what is the type of the audio file that you used to play like in video element. So now let us see how the HTML audio file works. So the controller attribute adds control like play, pause, and volume. The source element allows you to specify alternative audio files which the browser may choose from. The browser will use the first recognized format. Now you could also use autoplay. So as in video, when a video was played in autoplay, so in the same procedure you could also play the audio file, but just by writing autoplay after the controls. Now in some browser like Chromium, autoplay muted is only allowed, autoplay is not allowed. So what you can do here, you can write audio controls autoplay muted. So what will happen, let us see. This audio file will be played on its own, but it will be played muted. Now if somebody unmutes it, then he'll be able to listen it and all the controls will work like playback speed, etc. So this is how it will work. Now there are some browsers how they support this, and these are some HTML audio formats, which browser supports which type of file, and HTML audio media types. It could be MPEG, OGG, and WAV, right? Now talking about HTML audio methods, properties, and events. The HTML DOM defines methods, properties, and events for the audio element. This allows you to load, play, and pause audios as well as set duration and volume. There are also DOM events that can notify when an audio begins to play, is paused, etc. You know, these are all DOM events, and these are the HTML audio tags that are audio and source. So this is how you could use and add an audio file to your web page. In this video, we'll be learning how you can make YouTube videos published to your web page. So the topic for this is HTML YouTube videos. So the easiest way to play videos in HTML is to use YouTube. So what you need to do, you need to take a video, upload it to YouTube, and then you'll link that YouTube video to your web page, and YouTube will not show, and what it will happen that your video will be played on your web page. So if you're struggling with video formats and if it's a hassle to convert videos to different formats, so it can be difficult and time consuming. So an easier solution to this is to let YouTube play the videos in your web page. So YouTube will display an ID like something like this. When you save or play a video, you can use this ID and refer to your video in HTML code. So what you need to do for playing a YouTube video in HTML, you need to do the following things. First, you need to upload the video. Then you need to take a note of the video ID. What is the video ID? I'll tell you how you can get that. So now you have to use the tag iframe element in your web page. Let the src attribute point to the video URL. Use the width and height attributes to specify the dimension of the player. Now you could add any other parameter. So what you can do, so you'll have such a code like HTML body. Now you will use the tag iframe. You'll use this element. Now you'll mention the width and the height of the video. And in the src attribute, what you need to do, you need to just paste your YouTube link, the link of the video, and then you have to close the iframe, and then if you will run this, so you will find a video like this. Now let us talk about if you want to play it on autoplay and mute. So what you need to do, so you can let your video start playing automatically when a user visits the page by adding autoplay is equal to 1 to the YouTube URL. However, automatically starting a video is annoying for your visitors, but as it is required, so you can do that. And you could also, put mute is equal to 1 after autoplay is equal to 1 to let your video start playing automatically but muted. So how you can do, you can see, you could do like this. Now here, as you can see, it is auto playing but it is muted. Why? Because after this we have written autoplay is equal to 1 and mute is equal to 1. So this is why in the src attribute, it is playing in, it is auto playing but it is mute. Now you could, also put YouTube playlist, a comma separated list of videos to play in addition to the original URL. Now you could also use YouTube loop to play the video again and again in the a loop. So what you need to do, by default its value is 0. The video will only play once, but if you change the value of loop to loop is equal to 1, so what will happen? The video will loop forever. Now you also have some YouTube controls. Add controls is equal to 0 to not display the controls in the video player. So value 0, player controls does not display, and value 1, that is by default player controls are displayed. So if you do control 0, so what will happen? You will have no control over this video, like there are no controls. You can't see, if you could mute it, you could change the playback speed or any other feature like that. How long is the video if you want to shift it forward? So if I press the key, I have made it 5 seconds forward, but there are no controls available on it. Why? Because we have here written controls is equal to 0. Now if I change controls is equal to 1 and then I play it, so I have now all the controls, all the settings, caption, play, pause, mute, unmute. I have all the controls. So if you put controls is equal to 0, so you won't be having all these controls. So this is all about YouTube videos, and this is was our HTML links and media section, and I'll meet you in the next section. Thank you. In this video, we'll be discussing about HTML block and inline elements. So every HTML element has a default display value depending on what type of element it is. The most two common display values are block and inline. So block level elements, let us talk about that. So a block level element always start on a new line and the browser automatically adds some space, a margin before and after the element. So a block element is, always takes up the full width available, stretches out to the left and right as far as it can. Two commonly used block elements are this paragraph and division. So the paragraph element defines the paragraph in an HTML document. The div element defines a division or a section in an HTML document. So this is how a paragraph is, a block level element, and this div is also a block level element. So if I set the, the border of paragraph and div, as you can see, it takes up the whole space. It stretches out to the left and right and takes up the maximum space. So now what happens is that here are all the, block level elements in HTML. All this can be used. Now let us talk about some inline elements. We'll be discussing, we have already discussed about paragraph, but we'll be discussing about div in the next lecture in detail. So let us talk about inline elements for now. Inline elements, an inline element does not start on a new line. An inline element only takes up as much width as necessary. This is a span element inside a paragraph. So let us talk about example. So here, like, span is hello world. So now what will happen? In the span style we have set the border. Why we have set the border? We have set it because, to know how much space it is taking. So span is basically inline element and hello world will take only this much space which is required. But if we have, added a paragraph or a division over here, then what would happen? It would have taken the whole space. It would have first begun with a new line and it would, stretch and take space from left to right. So this is how it happens, and an inline element cannot contain a block level element. Now talking about the div element, the div element is often used as a container for other HTML elements. The div element has no required attributes, but style, class, and ID are common. When used together with CSS, the div element can be used to style a block of content. Like for example, a block is there. So if division is there, in that you could set background color to black, color text white, and padding to be 20 pixels. So if you have a block, something like this, so what you can do, you could style a particular block. Also, the span element is an inline container used to, mark up a part of text or a part of the document. You could also, you using span, you could just mark up little bit like this blue eyes, or if you want to highlight this particular word or something like this. So what you need to do, you need to go write span here, and in the style you will write color this font to be, this, and the weight will be bold, something like this. And here dark green, so dark green, what you did, you write span, and using the style attribute you wrote color dark olive green, font weight to be bold. So this is how you could use the span element also. So this was all for block and inline, and in the next lecture we'll be discussing about HTML division. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. I hope you would have understood all the span, function, block and div element. In this lecture, we'll be talking about HTML div element. The div element is used as a container for other HTML elements. The div element is a default block element, meaning that it will be available with and comes with line breaks before and after. So what will happen? A div element takes up all the width. So now, for example, lorem ipsum, and there is a division. I am a div dollar set emit. So now what will happen? The result will be this. I am a div will be in the next line. It will not, continue on the same line. So the div element has no required attributes, but style, class and ID are necessary. So as you can see, if we have a division, something like this. So particular division could be styled using CSS by, adding the background color, the text color, the font and something like this. So now you could also center align a div element also. If you have a div element that is not 100% right, and if you want to center align it, set the CSS margin property to auto. So what will happen? If you go to the style attribute in division, you write with 300 pixel and margin auto. So what you'll get a block, out division in the center. Now if you want to create multiple division elements, let us talk about that like if on a website you have seen, multiple divisions are there. So for that, you could create multiple divisions like London, Oslo, Rome, something like this. So if the result will be such like that, this is one division, Oslo is one division, Rome is one division. So this is, and in the div we have mentioned the style, the background color to be this. In Oslo we have mentioned in style the background color to be for this particular code, that is a little bit pinkish, and this is some greenish color in the last division. So this is how you could, by using CSS styles, it makes easier, to separate the divs and make them look more pretty. Now let us talk about aligning div elements side by side. So for aligning it, you could use the, float property. So for float property, what you can do, you could use left, right and center for the float property. So for London, you will write left, like for example here, div my container width is equal to 100%, overflow is auto, and in div my container width is 33% and float to left. So now what will happen? First this is there, then this is there, and then this is there. So this is how you could style it, but we are just doing all the CSS part quickly here, and we'll be not be discussing much in HTML. We'll discuss everything in the CSS section. So now let us talk about the inline block. If you change the div elements display property from block to inline block, the div elements will no longer add a line break before and after and will be displayed side by side instead of top to each other. So if you write inline block, so as we have discussed in the block and division inline section, that in a block like paragraph and division, block always start with a new line, and inline could be, it can start from the same line, the same point. So here's an example in the style in div section. If we go and we set the display to inline block, so it will be used as inline. Now there is also flex. The CSS flexbox layout model was introduced to make it easier to design flexible responsive layout structure without using the float or positioning. To make the CSS flex method work, surround the div elements with another div element and give it the status of a flex container. So what you have to do, let us try. So for flexbox example, first div class, you could mention the class of the division. So here in style, what you have to do, my container display is equal to flex, and the width will be 33%. Now the class will be my container, so all the CSS to be followed is from this style section. This is how you could write it. And in the style section, the background color is this, and you just have to mention the details and everything will be taken care of. So this is how, this is a flex box. This is how a flex box works. Now there are also, you could also display grid. We'll be skipping this for now. And this is all that HTML div contains. In the next lecture, we'll be discussing about HTML classes, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll be discussing about the HTML class attribute. This is very important. So the HTML class attribute is used to specify a class for an HTML element. Multiple HTML elements can share the same class. So now using the class attribute. The class attribute is often used to point to a class name in a style sheet. It can also be used via JavaScript to access and manipulate elements with the specific class name. In the following examples, we have three div elements with a class attribute with value of city. All of the three div elements will be styled equally according to the city style definition in the head section. So what we need to do, first we need to go in the head section, and then we'll write dot city and we'll use curly brackets, and all the properties like what background color we have to set, what the text color we have to set, what should be the border, what should be the margin, what should be the padding, we'll mention it all here, and then we'll close the curly bracket, and then we'll close the style section also. Now if we are using div and we are writing div in a particular section, now what we need to do, we just need to mention in this div class is equal to city. So what will happen, this division will follow all the style that is used over here in city. So we have made city a class, and this class could be used anywhere in the body. So what will happen, these background colors and all these CSS properties, what will happen, they'll just be used somewhere. So here as we have mentioned city, so this all should be followed. So in every division we have mentioned class is equal to city. So here tomato is the background color, and all the h2 will be different, that this will font will be different, how much padding should be there, how much margin should be there. So all these things will be done in the class section. So now talking about, we have also the span sections also. So we could also do using span. Span is used for inline, and div we use in when we have to do for everything. So for example, now we have, made a class called note. We make a class like dot note curly bracket, and then we write all the properties, and then we close the class. Now in span is basically used for inline function. If we have to just change this the background color and all the CSS properties of this particular word, so what we need to do, we need to use the span tag. So my important heading, so what we need to do, my span class is equal to note important. So span here is this, and here we have added a class to this span. So the class attribute can be used on any HTML elements. The class name is case sensitive, and we'll be learning much about this in our CSS section. So the syntax for class, so we have to first put a dot, and then we have to use the curly braces. So this is how you could do. Now in the city we have set the background color to tomato, the text color to white, and the padding to 10 pixels. So in every h2 heading, what we have done, we have written class is equal to city. So this is how we have done. Now if you want to create multiple classes, so what will happen, HTML elements can belong to more than one class. So here div class is equal to city main, right? Now main, let us talk about, now we have created two classes. There is one city in which background color and padding is there, and in main we have done that text align should be center. So city is one class and main is our one class. So now what will happen, we'll write our text, and when we have to like mention our this heading, so here we are using class is equal to city main. So city is one class, main is another class. So here we have used two classes in London. So what will happen, the normal background color, the color white and padding will be 10 pixel will be there. In the main it was that the text line should be center, so London is written in center, whereas in the rest of the two, the class is only mentioned to be city. So Paris and Tokyo are written over here in the left side. So you could use multiple classes. Different elements can share same class also. Different HTML elements can point to the same class. We have just discussed this. Use the of the class attribute in JavaScript also. So get element by class name. We have this function we'll be studying in this JavaScript section. As I've told you that there will be 3 courses available for web development, that is HTML, HTML plus CSS, and there will be the third one, that is HTML plus CSS plus JavaScript. So this is how everything HTML classes works. So HTML class attribute specifies one or more class and elements. Classes are used by CSS and JavaScript also. The class attribute can be used on any HTML elements, and this is how you could use HTML classes. In the next section, I'll be discussing about HTML ID. So that is going to be also one of the important lecture, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this lecture, we'll be discussing about the HTML ID attribute. The HTML ID attribute is used to specify a unique ID for an HTML element. So you cannot have more than one element with the same ID in an HTML document. So let us see how this ID attributes works. The ID attribute specifies a unique ID for an HTML element. The value of the ID attribute must be unique within the HTML document. The ID attribute is used to point a specific style declaration in a style sheet. It is also used by JavaScript to access and manipulate the element with specific ID. So for making an ID, what you need to do, first you need to start with a hash character, and then you have to write the ID name, and then you have to define its CSS properties within the curly braces. So let us see how we can do. So for example, here we have in the style section, we'll make our ID with a hashtag my header. Then we'll write we'll open a curly bracket and we'll write all the CSS properties over here. Now in H1, if I have to use the CSS property, so I'll write ID is equal to my header, which we wrote the name of the ID. So let us see. So this is how it works. So here we have made an ID such like that, my header. So the background color is this, padding is this, and then in H1 here I have written in ID my header. So what will happen? My header is there. So this is how you could use it. Now talking about difference between class and ID. So what is the difference? So if you use ID, something like this, so it style the elements with ID. You could style like this, and in something like class. So what will happen? It will style everything. Like for example, in H2, if class is equal to city, London, so everything will be displayed. Classes could be used for multiple headings, but if we have used for H1, so an element with a unique ID. So ID is used as unique, but multiple elements with same class are there in classes. So for unique ID, you need to use the ID attribute, and for multiple elements, if you want to use, you will use the class element. So you could also use HTML bookmarks with ID and links. HTML bookmarks are used to allow readers to jump to specific parts of a web page. Bookmarks can be useful if your page is very long. To use a bookmark, you must first create it and then add a link to it. Then when the link is clicked, the page will scroll down to the location with the bookmark. For example, the ID is C4, chapter 4. So what we need to do, let us see. So we have already discussed this. Let us see this again. So there are like 10 sections of this book here, or maybe 23 chapters. So if I say jump to chapter 4, it will take me to chapter 4. If I say jump to chapter 10, so it will take me to chapter 10. Now how does it work? So we need to understand that in paragraph we have written in anchor tag that ahref C4 jump to chapter 4, and then we have closed this anchor tag. So now what will happen in paragraph here? C4 is the ID of chapter 4. So here in chapter 4, we have the ID to C4. Now, if I create a link C4, so it will take me to C4 because ID here mentioned is C4, and here which what link I am creating using the anchor tag and the href tag, we create links, right? So we have created links using ID because hashtag is being used, so ID is created. And for chapter 10 we have ID C10. So this is how it works. So when I click on chapter 10, it takes me to chapter 10 and scroll down. So this is how HTML ID works. You could also use it in JavaScript, which will be get element by ID. This is a very basic and famous method. So this is how you could use it, and we'll be discussing this in JavaScript. So this was the chapter summary. The ID attribute is used to specify a unique ID for an HTML element, and all the CSS and JavaScript properties could be written inside ID and class sections. So this is how it works, and there's also an exercise which I want you should try it on your own. So you have to add the correct HTML attribute to make the h1 element red. So what you need to do, there is an ID already made, my header, and in curly braces color red is mentioned. So what you need to do, you will write ID is equal to, and in inverted commas you will write my header. So what will happen, the ID is my header, and you'll mention it over here. So what will happen, this my home page, the color will be red. So this is how it works. In the next lecture, I'll be discussing about HTML iframes, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Hello everyone. In this video, we'll be discussing about HTML iframes. So an HTML iframe is used to display a web page within a web page. Like this is a web page open, and here all the another web page is open. So the HTML iframe syntax. The HTML iframe tag specifies an inline frame. An inline frame is used to embed another document within the current HTML document. So what you need to do, you just need to write this. This is the syntax iframe. Then there is src where you will paste the URL, and then there is title, description, and then you will close the iframe. And you could also set height and width of your iframe. What should be the height of this web page inside a web page, and what should be its width, what should be its title, and you also have to mention the URL. So now you could also style it using the CSS attributes like height and width in pixels, and you could also remove the border. So what you could do, you will go in style and you will write border, that is none. Now if you see, so iframe src demo iframe.html style is border 2 pixel and it should be solid red color. So let us see. So this page is displayed in an iframe. So this was another HTML file in which it was written that this page is displayed in an iframe, and this is a different file, and here we have styled it using the border 2 pixel, and it should be solid red color, and the title of it should be iframe example. So the title of this is that. So now iframe, you could also use it for target for a link, as we have discussed in HTML YouTube videos, that how you could use iframe for putting a YouTube video some on a web page. So this is how you could use it, and you could also target for a link. You could also create a target, that what should be that. So target here is iframe underscore a. So this is how you could use it. We have already discussed it in the previous lectures, and in this we have discussed the HTML iframes. I hope you would have understood it, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video we'll be talking about HTML responsive web design. So responsive web design is about creating web pages that look good on all devices. A responsive web design will automatically adjust for different screen sizes. For example, if you are opening a website on a big laptop, or you are opening it on a iPad or on a smartphone, so the website should look good, and its alignment shouldn't change and everything shouldn't change. So what is responsive web design? So responsive web design is about using HTML and CSS to automatically resize, hide, shrink, or enlarge a website to make it look good on all devices, desktops, tablets, and phones. So setting the viewport. To create a responsive website, add the following meta tag to all your web pages. So what you need to do, you need to add this meta tag after the HTML when you write. So name will be viewport, and the content will be width is equal to device width, and initial scale will be 1. So what will happen, without the viewport meta tag, your website would look like this, but with the viewport meta tag, your website will look like this. Why? Because you have set the width to device width and the initial scale to be 1. This will set the viewport of your page, which will give the browser instruction on how to control the page dimension and scaling. Here's the example. And if you want some, responsive images also, responsive images are images that scale nicely to fit any browser. So what you need to do, if the CSS width property is set to 100%, the image will be responsive and scale up and down. So if such a image is there, so we need to do, will just use the style attribute in our img element and will set the width to 100%. Also, we could also use the max width property. Max width property is set to 100%. The image will scale down if it has to, but will never scale up and be larger than its original size. So we could also, use this max width is equal to 100% and height will set as auto. So it will automatically set according to it. Now you could also show different images depending on browser width. The HTML picture element allows you to define different images for different browser window sizes. You could resize the browser window to see how the image below changes depending upon the width. Now let us see, there is an example. So for this picture, what we did, media is equal to max width 600 pixel, and in this we chose 1500 pixels, and the source was this. So different kind of browser, if I resize it, so what will happen? So you will have to try this code on your own, and you'll see when you resize it how the image changes and how it will not change if we use this max width code, right? So there's also responsive text size also. The text size can be set with a VW unit. Which means the viewport width. The way that text size will follow the size of the browser window. So if you want to resize something, so what will happen? We'll just use the style attribute and we'll set the font size to 10 VW, that is viewport width, and then we'll write hello world. Viewport is the browser window size. One viewport is what? One VW is 1% of the viewport width. If the viewport is 50 centimeter wide, one VW is 0.5 centimeter. Now there are also some media queries, something like left menu, right content, some main content. So you could also use this there also. You could also write a media query. So this is how you could create a responsive web page. So if you want to create such a web page, so what you will have to do, if a web page is something like this is a small web page. So this will come like this: link 1, link 2, link 3, and all the section will come like this. But if I paste all the code, let's say somewhere else, if I paste it on my VS Code, let us say we'll go here, we'll paste all the code, we'll save it, and then we'll run it. Open. So now in this different type of browser, link 1, link 2, link 3 is coming like this, because it is put left side, this is about is put right side, this should be above. So in different cases, in different browsers, in different browser size, everything will be different. So this is how a responsive web page works, and this all the CSS part will be discussing in the CSS section, will not be discussing it here. So this is also another CSS framework, that is Bootstrap, that will be discussing in the CSS section. So for now, that's all, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. I hope you would have understood how to create a responsive web page, so that if you open in a desktop or a tablet or a mobile, your site should look pretty. So I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we'll be discussing a little bit about JavaScript, how you could, what is JavaScript and how you could link JavaScript files to your HTML file. So JavaScript makes HTML pages more dynamic and more interactive. So if you, it says click me to display the date and time. So if I click here, so it will give me the date and the time. So how does it happen? So JavaScript basically contains all the logic behind your website, how your website is going to work. So the HTML script tag is used to define a a client-side script, JavaScript. The script element either contains script statements or it points to an external script file through the src attribute. So now there are some common uses for JavaScript that are image manipulation, form validation, and dynamic changes of content. To select an HTML element, JavaScript often uses this tag, document dot get element by ID method. So, and in the bracket, you just have to write the ID. So let us see how it works. So now in the paragraph, the ID is demo. And what happens is that the script is that document dot get element by ID. This is the syntax that you have to learn. And in the bracket, you will have to write the ID of the paragraph or wherever you have to mention this. And in you'll write dot inner HTML hello JavaScript. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to write this, and when you run this, it will be written hello JavaScript. So now let us take a taste of JavaScript. So we have done this, and we could also make changes in the styles. So for example, get element by ID. What if we do document dot get element by ID demo dot style dot font size? If we write something like this, so dot style dot font size, now we can set font size to 25 pixels. If you want to set change the color, so we'll write dot style dot color is equal to red. If you want to write document dot get element by ID demo dot style dot background color, that is yellow. So it contains all the logic behind it. Now this script will work. There we have already defined a function in this. So function we'll be studying in much detail in the JavaScript course. So there is a function, my function, and we have written all these data. Now if it says click me, so now there is ID demo in which the paragraph is that JavaScript can change the style of an HTML element. Now JavaScript can change the style of an HTML element. This is written, it came when we pressed this button click me, then it came. So the style text color is red, the background color is yellow. This is how it works. So JavaScript works like this. JavaScript can change attributes, document dot get element by ID, the image dot src. Now in JavaScript, it changes like this: document dot get element by this ID dot source dot style dot everything. Now there is also no script tag. If you want to print anything, you'll use dot inner HTML as we did this. No script tag defines an alternate content to be displayed to users that have disabled scripts in their browser or have a browser that doesn't support scripts. So if in case this like for dot inner HTML, as I said, that it will print hello JavaScript, but in case it is won't able to print, then no script will be there. Sorry, your browser does not support JavaScript. So it will come, for example, if I change the code, now it won't work. So now here it will be written, sorry, your browser does not support. Now here it supports, but the code was wrong. So here hello JavaScript is written. So this is how you could use JavaScript. So this is how it all works, and this is all for this section, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video we'll be discussing about HTML forms. So you must have seen, you must have filled a form like this on a website ever in in your life. So it asks you that your first name, last name, then it feeds data. So how you could create a form on your website and you could feed data in your database, we'll be discussing about this in this section. So this is going to be the first lecture of this section, and in this we'll be discussing all the overview, how HTML form works, etc., etc. So an HTML form is used to collect user input. The user input is most often sent to a server for processing. So if I press submit over here, so I find that submitted form data you received, your input was received as first name was John and last name was Doe. The server has processed your input and returned this answer. So this is how you could use HTML forms. Now we have to use some form elements also. So the first basic element is form element. So first you have to start it, and then you have to use the end tag, and in between we'll be seeing what all different elements we have to use. So we have to use the input element. The HTML input element is the most used form element. So an input element can be displayed in many ways depending on the type of attribute. So now here are some examples, that if you have input type is equal to text, so now it will display a single line text input field. If you want an input type to a radio button, to a checkbox, or maybe a submit button, or maybe just a button. So different input could have, different types. So now let us see for text fields. Now, for example, what we need to do, first we need to write label. For like, for example, if we need a result like this, that there should be first name and there should be last name, so how we could generate such a form? So for that we need to make a form. So first we'll use the form element, then we'll write label, then we have to mention the id for first name, that is we have to, here we have written f name. So now first name will be displayed and label will be closed. So label here is first name, this is the label. Now input type is text and the id is f name. So f name, for this here it will store, and the name is f name and it will break. So when we write input type is equal to text and id is f name, so f name here is for the label, it will link to that, this input data will link to this label, and what will happen, the name is f name. So here it is used, and you would also label for last name similarly, and you could create a form like this. Now let us discuss about the label element. Notice the use of label element in the above example. The label tag defines a label for many form elements. The label element is useful for screen reader users because the screen reader will read out loud the label when the user focuses on the input element. The label element also helps users who have difficulty clicking on very small regions such as radio buttons, checkboxes, etc. etc. Because when the user clicks the text within the label element, it toggles the radio button checkbox. So for label, sometimes it's like that, you just don't have to click on the radio button, that circle which you fill or tick sometimes, in a form, in an MCQ test, something like that. So what you can do is you can also click on the text. So it is not label is helpful there, because you don't need to press in the radio button, and it might get difficult for some users. So if you, even if you click on the text, so it will select the radio button or the checkbox automatically. Now the for attribute of the label tag should be equal to the id attribute of the input element to bind them together. So the for label, for the id mentioned there and in the input should be same, so that it could be linked and both could be bind together. Now let us talk about the radio buttons. The input type radio contains defines a radio button. Radio buttons let a user select one of a limited answer of a limited choice. So for multiple elements you cannot use this. We'll be seeing how you could use that for multiple elements. Now choose your favorite web language, HTML, CSS or JavaScript. Now if I want to create such a form, so what we need to do, first we need to use the form element. Then I'll write input type is equal to radio, ID is HTML, name is fav language. So and value is HTML. So value here I have to mention. So I mentioned this input tag before because I want the radio button before the word. Before HTML I wanted the radio button. That is why I wrote the input first, and then I want to write HTML, so I will write label for HTML, and then I'll write HTML or whatever I want to write over here. So similarly we made it for CSS and JavaScript also. So this is how a radio button works, and this is how a form works. Now I could only select one. If I'm selecting this, the check marked on HTML disappears and it appears on JavaScript. So this is how radio buttons work. Let us also see for checkboxes. The input type checkbox defines a checkbox. Now if I want checkbox here, so first I have to use the input data for the checkbox. Let us see. Like I have to checkbox all the three things, so I could checkbox all the three things. Now in this, what we have to do, we have to write form action page dot php. Some PHP language is also being used here. Let us ignore this, and in this we'll write input type is equal to checkbox, because input what we want from user, it is in the form of checkbox, and the ID is vehicle1 and name is vehicle1 and value is bike, right? Now for this label for vehicle1, I have a bike, we'll write it over here, and similarly we'll create two more. I have a car, I have a boat, something like this. and I could, I have a bike and I could submit this. So here it will appear submitted form data. Your input was received as vehicle 1, that was bike. So this is how you could use. And there's also a submit button also. If you have seen now, when we press submit, so how the submit buttons come. So input type is equal to submit defines a button for submitting the form data to a form handler. The form handler is typically a file on the server with a script for processing input data. The form handler is specified in the form's action attribute, right? Now talking about form action, the for label for this and this, and then you have to take the input, and then in the last line we have written input type is equal to submit, value is equal to submit. So what we need to do, if we press this submit button, so what happens is that something like this appears. So this submit button is also inputted by the user, so we have to put input type is equal to submit. Now comes the name attribute for input. So the name attribute could also be used. Notice that each input field must have a name attribute to be submitted. If the name attribute is omitted, the value of the field will not be sent at all. So we need this name also, like ID F name value John. So we need something like this to submit this. If you like try over here. So if you click on submit button, the form data will be sent to a page called this page. It will go over here. So where do we want to store this, all the form? So we'll write action is equal to this, but this is, in a PHP language. So PHP language is also used in web development, but in a very advanced version. So this is how it works. In the next lecture, I'll be discussing about the HTML form attributes. So, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. This lecture was just the overview of the forms. Hello everyone. In this lecture, we'll be discussing about HTML form attributes. The chapter describes the different attributes for the HTML form elements. So let us talk about the action attribute first. The action attribute defines the action to be performed when the form is submitted. Usually the form data is sent to a file on a server when the user clicks on the submit button. In the example below, the form data is sent to a file called action underscore page.php. This file contains a server-side script that handles the form data. So this is for handling all the form data that you will receive from the form. So for label for, we have discussed it in the previous lecture how you have to create the form, and to store all the data it will go it here, action is equal to action page.php. Now let us talk about the target attribute. The target attribute specifies where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. So the target attribute is blank, self, parent, top, and frame name. So what happens is that if you put blank, so the response is displayed in a new window or tab. If you set the value of target to self, the response is displayed in the current window. If the value is set to underscore parent, the response is delayed in the parent frame. If the value is displayed in underscore top, the response is displayed in the full body of the window. Frame name, the response is displayed in named iframe. So the default value is underscore self. That means that response will open in the current window only. So here's an example. If you set that form action is this and target is blank, so it will open in a new window. Now let us talk about the method attribute. The method attribute specifies the HTTP method to be used when submitting the form data. The form data can be sent as URL variables with method is equal to get, or as HTTP post transaction with method is equal to post. So for the default HTTP method when submitting a form data is get. When submitting, let us see this. So if we submit, after you submit, notice that the form values is visible in the address bar of the new browser tab. So what will happen if I put submit over here? So see, now what happens is that here is the URL, and here the first name and last name is appearing in the URL, right? So why? Because this was using get method. Here in the form action we mentioned action target, and here we mentioned method is equal to get. So on submitting, in the URL we are getting our data that we have inputted. Now the example uses the post method when when you submit the data. So here we have used in the form, the attribute method, that is post. Now if I submit over here, so what will happen? So after you submit, notice that unlike the get method, the form values is not visible in the address bar, right? Now if you see over here in the URL, you can't see the what data I have submitted. It is only here in this. So when we use get attribute, so what happens is that in the URL you will get all the data that you have fed it to it. But if we use post, so what will happen? In the URL it won't be shown. So there are two methods, get and post. So in get, in the URL your data will be shown. In post, your data will not be shown in the URL. So on notes on gets, appends the form data to the URL. In name value pairs, never use get to send sensitive data. The submitted form data is visible in the URL. The length of the URL is also limited to 2048 characters. So if you have inputted a lot of data, so it won't be able to create a URL, and it will also generate an error. So useful for form submissions where a user want to bookmarks the result. And get is good for non-secure data like query strings in Google. Notes on post appends the form data inside the body of HTTP request. That submitted form data is not shown in the URL. Post has no size limitation and can be used to send large amount of data. Form submissions with post cannot be bookmarked. Right. Now there is autocomplete attribute also. The attribute specifies whether a form should have autocomplete on or off. When autocomplete is on, the browser automatically completes values based on the values that user has entered before. So you might have seen on Google Chrome or Safari that when you feed data, so it automatic on a form, so it automatically tells you that you have written my for example your name, your phone number, your address, so or your email. When you go and type it all over again, when you start typing 2 3 characters, so what happens is that the Google browser will automatically tell you to complete by just clicking on the value that you have entered before, right? So if we have to do autocomplete is equal to on, so what will happen? The browser will suggest me to complete the data on my own, so we can use autocomplete is equal to on. But if we switch it off, then he or she will not be able to autocomplete on its own, then he or she will have to type it. Now talking about the no validate attribute. The no validate attribute is a boolean attribute. So boolean is basically what it tells you about the it tells you that it is true or false. So it indicates that the form input is not to be validated on submit. So the no validate attribute indicates that the form input is not to be validated. So no validate. So enter your email and whatever email I write. So it has all the emails, something like this. So it is not to be, and it will give me a screen like this. So these were all the HTML form attributes. This wasn't important. And in the next section lecture, I'll be discussing about HTML form elements, and I'll meet you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we'll be discussing about HTML form elements. So this chapter describes all the different HTML form elements. So let us see. We've already discussed input, label, and rest all the select text area, button, field, set, legend, data list, etc. etc. We'll be discussing in this lecture. So we have already discussed this input element, one of the most used form elements in the input element. The input element can be displayed in several ways depending on the type attributes. So label for fname, first name will be written over there, and then input type is equal to text, ID is equal to fname, and name is also is equal to fname. If you do something like this, and if I say Harsh, so it will submit my data, right? Now let us talk about the label element. The label element defines a label for several form elements. The label element is useful for screen readers because the screen reader will read out loud the label when the user focus on the input element. The label element also helps user who have difficulty on clicking very small regions like radio buttons or checkboxes. So for that, label element is there. Now talking about the select element. The select element defines a drop down list. You must have seen when you have to select a country, so all the countries list come down, right? So for that we'll write label for cars. Now for let's see, we'll write form action will be this label for cars, choose a car label. Now select id will be cars and name will be cars. Now when I used this select, and here id is cars because we are labeling it for cars, and name is also car. So now what I have to do, I have to put option value Volvo, Saab, Fiat, Audi, all these option values are there. So now what I have to do, I have to select one of the, so a drop down menu like this comes. So I could select this, I could select Audi, and I could submit this. Cars is equal to Audi is submit, right? So this is how we could use the select element. And option element could be used, for making, different kinds of option. Now let us talk about visible values. Use the size attribute to specify the number of visible values. So how many visible values will be there? So size is 3. If we mention the size over here, so in the drop down menu, what will happen? Only 3 will come, then I will have to scroll down for the fourth one. For example, if I have a, let's say fifth one also, let's say I have this option value as fifth one also, and let me change it to BMW. So now what will happen? Only 3 will come and rest I have to scroll it down. So size is selected to 3. So the drop down menu will be of size 3. Only 3 options will be available over here. So now you could also allow multiple selections. Use the multiple attribute to allow the user to select more than one value. So what you need to do here, when you in the select, you have mentioned the id, you have mentioned the name, we have also mentioned the size. Now we'll mention multiple. So what will happen, you can select more than one value. Like for example, you could select this, something like that. So for that you need to do command, and then you need to select all this to select multiple options, right? And then you need to, like, you have to press command and you could select multiple options like this. You just have to write a add a multiple attribute to the select section. Now let us talk about the text area element. The text area element defines a multi-line input field. Text area, name is equal to message, and rows are 10, columns are 30. The cat was playing in the garden. So this is our text area. So now we could also mention, the number of how is going to be the text area. So the rows and columns, so how many rows should be there and how many columns should be there, and this much text area is available in which we could write our message, or we could even input data from the user. So this is the text area element. This much text area will be come, as you have seen in default settings, usually a rectangle is given to us. So this is how text area works. Button we have already discussed. Now let us talk about field set and legend elements. The field set element is used to group related data in a form. The legend element defines a caption for the field set. So let us see how it works. So field set. So field set will do what? Field set will add this border to your form, and the legend will, like in between legend we have written personalia. So what will it do? It will add a heading to it. So the field set element is used to group related data in a form, and the legend element defines a caption for the field set element. For example, if I create such a form, and in here I'll write personal details, then I'll write address and communication. In that particular section I'll be asking all the address and phone number and everything of the user. So different sections, the related areas can be grouped together by using field set and legend area. So for field set, if I don't use this legend, for example, if I just remove this for a while, so what will happen? It will come in a box. But if I put legend over here, so what will happen? Personalia will be written over here as the heading. So this is how it works. And let us now talk about the data list element. The data list element specifies a list of predefined options for an input element. User will see a drop-down list of the predefined options as the input data. The list of the attribute of the input element must refer to the ID attribute of the data list element. So here we have input list is equal to browsers, data list ID will be browsers. Now option value will be Edge, Firefox, Chrome, Opera, Safari, etc, etc. So what we need to do, so here we have these different options and we can select one. So this is how data list works. It gives me a list of particular options. It is different from select function, and in that a drop down menu used to come, and in data list we could select by writing one of the predefined options. Now let us talk about the output element. If we want the output element represents the result of the calculation, like one performed by a script. So for example, let us say this is the code. Now here x dot value is equal to parse int a dot value plus parse int b dot value. So what will happen if I want to this is a input that ranges from 0 to 100. So this is how you could create it, and in this if I have to add 50 or some other number like 54, any number I have will select and add 54 to it, so I'll get this result. So output for x will just make a code of it, and we could print this. So we'll be discussing it later. So that's all for this HTML form elements. In the next topic I'll be discussing about HTML input types. Hello everyone, so in this lecture we'll be discussing about all the HTML input types. We have discussed a lot of input types such as button, checkbox, and different things, and in this we'll be studying in detail all these input types. There are a lot of input types, so we'll be discussing each and every input type or in the HTML form. So let us say input type, that is text. So what will happen, input type that is text and defines a single line text input field. We have already discussed this is how it looks. Now if we want a password field, so what we need to do, we and it defines a password field. So if I type a password like this, so these dot comes up like this, and if I type a username like this, so username is visible to me. So I want that password shouldn't be visible to me. So for what I need to do, I need to write here input type is equal to password. So password will not be visible to me. So in here, like in username I am writing Harsh. So what will happen, because the input type is text, whereas in password the password will not be visible to me. The characters in a password field are masked, they're shown as circles or asterisk. Now input type submit button, we have already discussed this, how a submit button works, how we have to press it. So we just have to put input type is equal to submit, and value we have to put submit. So this is how it works. Now if I want input type reset, so it defines that reset button will reset all the form values to their default values. Like for example, here is John and Doe. If I reset it, so this is John and Doe that is already written over here. If I write Harsh and last main name, if I write Gupta, so these are all the details. But if I reset it, so it will reset to John and Doe, which are its default value that it should be written over here, right? Now let us discuss about input type radio. So input type radio defines a radio button. So we have discussed this HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and radio button only selects one. So we have to write input type is equal to radio, and we have to mention its ID and name and its value. And we have to label for it also, that label for this, so it could be linked to that. So if I press here, so radio box will be selected. If I don't use label, then what will happen, if I don't click on HTML, it won't be selected. I will have to click here in these dots like this. So now there's also input type checkbox. We have already discussed this. Input type checkbox, we could select like multiple things. What we have to do, we just have to write input type is equal to checkbox. Now let us talk about input type button. So input type button will so input type is equal to button. On click, what action is to be performed, that is alert hello world. So value is click me. So if I, so it will generate an alert is generated such that a pop-up appears. So hello world will, it will say. Now it is input type color. So if I say it is used for input field that should contain a color, depending on the browser support, a color picker it can help. Select your favorite color. So color picker is available. So what I need to do, I just need to write input type. So which kind of color in RGB and the HSL, HEX, this all we have discussed in HTML colors. So if I want to pick any particular color, so I could pick any particular color. So this is the color code of this, as we have discussed in HTML colors. We have understood this. Now there is input type date. If I want to enter date somewhere, so I'll write input type is equal to date. So label for birthday, and birthday is when input type is date, ID is birthday, and name is also birthday. So if I want to select any date, so such a thing will appear and I could select my date. I could select the year from here first, then which year is that, and I could scroll down, and I could also select the month, and I could also select the date. So this is how I could select the date. Could also use minimum and maximum attributes to add restrictions. For example, if you want to create a voter ID for someone, so you could set it that minimum age should be 18, so a person less than 18 cannot apply for that or something like that, or maximum date could also be set. So what we need to do, we have to write input type is equal to date, ID is equal to date max, name is also date max. We are labeling for date max. So now enter a date before 1 January 1980. So maximum will be 31st December and 1979. So what will happen if I have to enter a date before 1 January? So I can't enter any date after 1 January 1980. I just have to I can just only enter a date before it. So for this I have to write the max date. So I'll write max is equal to this date, and it will be in format year, month, and date. So it is YY. The you should be clear with this. It should be YYY MM, and then it should be date. So this is in this format you have to write in minimum or maximum column. Now let us talk about input type date time local. So the input type date time local specifies a date and time input field with no time zone. Depending on browser support, a date picker can show up in the input field like birthday, time, and date. So I could select the date also, and I could select the time also. What is the date and what was the time? So I could date using the type date time local. I could select both date and both time. I just have to mention here input type is equal to date time local, and everything else will be same. Now for example, if I have to take an input email, so what I have to do, I just have to write input type, that is email. So what will happen, I could enter email. Now let us talk about input type image. If you have to take an image, so you could set all the alternate text to submit first name, last name, etc, etc. The input image sends x and y coordinates of the click that activate the button. So you could also what, here you could submit the image also, so it will submit the coordinates where you clicked. Now talking about input type file, so the input type is equal to file defines a selected field and a browse button for file uploads. So what happens is that in a form you could label for my file, select a file, input type file, ID would be my file, name would be my file. So this is how you could input a file also. You have seen somewhere that you have to choose a file, you have such a feature. So you could choose a file, how you have to choose a file. So this is how you could choose a file. You could label for my file, select a file, input type is equal to file, ID is my file, and name is also my file, and you could then submit it then. So what the main thing is, input type is equal to file. So using this you could upload a file also. Now let us see input type hidden. So input type is equal to hidden defines a hidden input value not visible to a user. A hidden field lets developer include data that cannot be seen or modified by users when a form is submitted. A hidden field often stores what database record that needs to be updated when the form is submitted. While the value is not displayed to the user in the page's content, it is visible and can be edited using any browser's developer tools or view source functionality. Do not use hidden inputs as a form of security, right? So don't use it as a security. It could be seen if you double click on it and on any website and inspect it. So you could read all the code. Now for inputting any month, you could use input type month. For inputting any number, you could write input type number, and you could mention all the ID and name and quantity. You could also select the minimum and maximum values. For example, if you have to input a number, so quantity between 1 and 5, so what I can do, I could input any number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, nothing more than 5, nothing less than 1. So what I have to do, I have to write input type is equal to number, and I could also select minimum should be 1 and maximum could be 5. So this is how what I have to edit in my input section, and rest of the text will be same. So now there are some restrictions also. You could just pause it and read it. It is in very simple English. So this is how it works. Now coming to input type range. So range basically defines for entering a number whose exact value is not important, like a slider control. Default range is 0 to 100. However, you can set restrictions also, that minimum should be 0, maximum should be 50, or step wise you could also use that volume between 0 and 50. Now if you submit like this, so volume was 42. This is how you could also create. Now input type search. The input type search is used to find search fields. A search field behaves like a regular text field, but um, it comes like you are searching something like on Google. Now input type tel is used, tel is used for input fields that should contain a telephone number. For example, if you have to enter your telephone number somewhere, so what you need to do, you just need to write tel and enter a phone number. So this is how you could enter a phone number. Like the format will be this 123 and with a slash something like this with a hyphen, and you could place like this, and whatever the gray text you see beforehand over here, so what will happen, a placeholder is there. Placeholder is basically all the gray text you see over here with a default value. So placeholder basically tells you that this type of data you have to enter. For phone number, you have to enter like phone number, a default phone number will be there, which is you don't have to erase it or something. When you click cursor on it, it will disappear on its own and it will take your data. So placeholder works like this. So placeholder is also an attribute which you could use in forms or any other thing. You can set a default value. You could also select time using input type is equal to time, and you could also select input type is equal to URL. So for that you could hide your, now you could add your homepage URL. So all the www dot sites, all the sites, you could mention it over here, submit it over here. You could also select a week. So these are all the just you have to do input type is equal to week. So these are all the HTML input types which you could use to make user fill your form. So this is all, and I hope you would have understood it.